Yeah. Starting off the day with 10 gifted subs. Oh, from Patui. Hell yeah. Giving out subs to Burgle, Excalibur Z, Sandhoic, Holy Shot Holiday, Unknown Killer X, Rumham84, Omega Adamant, Irish Titan Bear, Dardies, and Raylin Lee, yeah. Ooh, shit.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. What's up, everybody? How are we doing today? Hope we're doing well. Suppose I'll... Oh, get on screen there. Yeah, what's up, everybody? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III. And it's the last stream before vacation. I'll be gone for a week. I will be back a week from today. I think we get back on Wednesday, next Wednesday, and then I'll be streaming on Thursday, next Thursday. So it's too big. I don't have it anymore, Beefy. It's been gone for a while. Did we move the it's too big to tips? Is it a tips thing now? Or is it just, it is, okay. Let's see. I'm gonna punch you. I don't see it. I don't see it.
Oh, that's too big.
It is. Oh, it's just too big. Oh, fuck, right there.
A
It's,
lady
yeah,
takes
400.
a man
Yeah,
back to
there
her
it is.
place after a nice
God
day.
damn.
When they enter the house,
So
two
blind.
ferocious dogs approach the man and start barking and growling. Timex, Rolex, stop that, the lady demands. The man nervously laughs and asks her, why did
Your dog, why did you name your dogs that?
Too big. Oh.
She replies, because they're my watchdogs. Get it, Timex, Rolex? It's a long way to go for that joke, but whatever. There you go. You got what you wanted, Beefy Jaguar. A1, we'll get our fucking hands up. There you go. Crimson Cage, thank you for the bits. Pete, thank you for the bits. And also 124 months for Crimson Cage, thank you. Hazel Lalon, thank you for the 5 months. Vincent giving a sub to Slice and Dice. And Kumimono, the first resub of the day with 38 months. Thank you, Kumi. Because you missed the Saturday night special. Got a barrel that's blue and cold. I can't see the alert amount. I hope people start using the alert so I can find it. This channel is a fucking scam. Hey, Scott. That scam pays you. It pays you every month, so.
Oh, that's too big.
Scam it up, Pete.
and we're suckers for it too, Scott.
Suckers for it. Suckers, I tell you. Anyways. What's up, everybody? We're going to be doing just a half stream today because we got a late flight out. So we're going to be doing about 4 hours of streaming today. We got the first 2 hours we're going to spend playing Moss the Forgotten Relic, a little sponsored stream. And then, I don't know, like, I threatened to do just movie time and do that fucking movie. What's the movie that they do it's Red Letter Media covering it in the movie theater. In High on Life 2, what is that movie called? It's Spookies? There we go. Yes, that's it. How long is it? An hour and 25 minutes, so it might just be a perfect length. It might be a perfect length. We might just do that just cause.
Larry Bird sub, let's go.
33, the Larry Bird sub. Thank you, Tronics, with the 33 months. Thank you, Pete, once again for the bits. The hairstylist said, oh, damn it, Bane's joke of the day. The hairstylist said, do you want any conditioner on that? I said, extra volume? She said, do you want any conditioner on that? Yeah. Okay. That's a cheap joke too, but whatever. Just got back from the hospital. My mom got diagnosed with congenital heart failure. So we're talking to our cardiologist tomorrow, bright and early. To Zeke and Chad. All right, good luck with that. BV Jaguar, that's rough, man. I have a history of heart problems in my family, so anytime, man. Anytime I hear about that shit, anytime like I get even like, you know, sometimes you lay on the couch or whatever and your arm goes to sleep. Like if it's ever my left arm that falls asleep, I'm just like, come on back. Come on back. Yeah. Life is short. Do what you dig. That's right, man. That's right. Oh, man. Yeah, so it's going to be a fun day today. It's going to be a fun day. And 30 months for Pete.
When I was 19, I slept with a 42-year-old.
Really? See, when I was 19, I slept with a 33-year-old, which is not even close to what you did. So good job. Good job on that. Nice work. But when I was 19, I slept with a 33-year-old lady, and she taught me so much. So much. Like, we were regular sleeping together buddies. And she knew exactly what she wanted, and she told me, this is how you do it. This is where this is blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, I took those lessons with me all my life. And she did me, it was very nice of her. Very nice of her. And the ladies that I was intimate with after were very thankful for her without knowing it. So, yeah, God bless older women, I'm telling you. Vincent giving a sub to Shill Time. It is Shill Time. But before we get to Shill Time, I forgot yesterday we didn't do the last week in Zeke, so let's do that now before we get into the Moss sponsor stream, because Moss sponsor stream starts in about 10 minutes. So let's check out the new last week in Zeke, since we didn't get a chance to. And it's a good one. It's Horsey Game, which is awesome. So let's check it out. I like that Vincent right there. Right at the top, Vincent gifting us up, of course. Okay, let's watch this, and then we'll get into the Moss. And we'll put some volume on, I promise. I will give it volume. There we go. Collect horses, breed horses, race horses, genetically modify horses, create a horse paradise, or just get rich. This is such a good game. I gotta play this again. I'm already regretting this. Help, I have horse flu. I'm afraid the treatment costs $62,375. That's a lot. Go bet on horse races to make money. Okay, to the map. To the racetrack. Horsey Game by Justin Horsey Game. Welcome, new player. Okay, so now we bet. Turf Rash, Golf Stod, Hero's Journey, or Josephine. Tough one. Turf Rash to win. How much will I bet? All of it, right? Good choice. Oh, max bet is 20. Okay, here we go. Odds 5-1 for this. This is the best part of the game, I swear to God. He's terrible. He's the worst. I picked the worst one. All right, we got Blank Check, Wasp, Golf Stod, and Hero's Journey again. Let's see. You should go with the winner. Should go with the winner. 24s. All right, Hero's Journey it is. Yep, there you go. Here we go. Hero's Journey. Let's go. $20 on the line. Oh, he got. Okay. Fastidious, Burpee, Red Run, or Sunny Side Up. They're all 5-1 odds. Sunny Side Up, 4? Okay, 4 it is. Here we go. There we go. All right, let's go. Oh, we got an exclamation point. Let's go! 5-1 odds. Oh my God, we might actually win. Yes! Let go! We got Trot Device, Hyperspace Bypass, Precocious, and Razor's Wedge. Let's raise, oh, you can raise the stakes now. Minimum bet is now 5, but what's max bet? Ooh, shit. The giraffe, though? The giraffe looks front heavy, though. He's gonna win by a nose, you know it. The giraffe. All right. No, he's gonna fall right for the win. He is so unbalanced. Should win by a neck. Fall right exactly, over. Right? Don't. Yep. Look at that. Yeah. All right, bring a horse here if you want to race. Just got it. Just got it. If you had a lasso, you could catch a horse. Map. Oh, Lasso Mart. I guess we'll go to Lasso Mart. Hey, why not grab that lasso up there? $50. Okay, let me get that for you. I saw wild horses southwest of here. They don't look like horses. I got one. Should I get another horse? That one's dead. We don't want that one. Okay. You watch someone spend 4 hours brute forcing a car to have a soul? Okay. Fine horses you got there. If you want to compete in a race, drag your horse to this here corral. Now go to the track and watch the horse race. Wait. Oh, this one's mine. Dicky Bird. Or, oh, horse. Wait a minute. Horse? Ah, there we go. Yeah, we can name the horse. My favorite horse is a random sound, sir. Okay. The random sound will decide what the horse's name is. And it's going to be...
And then I went to the toilet.
A public toilet.
Public toilet. Public toilet. Okay, random sound bite. Let's see what this one. There you go. Voodoo Betty. Voodoo Betty. Public toilet and Voodoo Berry. Oh, maybe I should just let's let Voodoo Berry race. Sure, why not? Oh, Voodoo Berry does not look like they're gonna. All right, there, Voodoo Berry. Overcaffeinated Lawler Coaster, Voodoo Berry, and Mindfulness. No. Read it again, Midfulness. All right. Read it again, dipshit. It's Midfulness. Dude. Oh, it's Midfulness. It's not Mindfulness. It is. Holy fuck, dude. Voodoo Berry just crushing, man. Crushing. Hell yeah. All right. Voodoo Berry is going up against tip on her ass this time. Precocious and Dicky Bird. Well, hopefully Precocious falls on his face again. Red Run is fat as shit. Dicky Bird looks like maybe my only competition. Let's go. Yep. Right on their face. It just lays there like a lump. Here we go. Public toilet, let's go. Public toilet's gonna win. Go, public toilet, go! Look at public toilet. No. Okay, we're still in the race. We're still okay. We're still good. Public toilet for the win. Public toilet by a nose. Yeah, public toilet. I gotta play this game again,
Bring
don't
your
I?
winningest horse for the race.
Is there a win condition for this game? Oh yeah, you gotta get $62,000.
$250 fee. But you get 2,500. Oh.
Yeah, I think the win condition would be the $62,000 that you said at the beginning.
Oh man.
Oh, did it crash?
Hold
Hold on.
Oh.
Yeah, it crashed. Oh.
Oh man. Come on.
Oh, that hurts my feelings. Fuck.
Fuck, dude, that game was way more fun than it had any right to be.
Nice work, horsey game. I honestly didn't think I was gonna be that great, but fuck, it was hilarious.
It was fun.
It was fun. All right, hold on. Gotta. There we go. Pause that real quick. We're gonna just. I'm gonna put it on my. I don't know why I go full screen for this. Not like you can't see what I'm doing. Hold on. There we go. All right. Okay. Okay. Open this up. Little copy. Little pasta here. Yeah, I don't know. You can see. Okay. Change the middle line here. Check out the news last week in Zeke highlight video. Horsey game is certainly a game of all time. All right, I think that's probably good. Copy that, post it. Okay. Pin to the profile, as we do every week there. There. Okay, good. And now we do that same thing here. Post and pin. Cool. All right. Good to go. Okay. And, as soon as this ad break is done, then we will start the sponsor stream. So, yeah, that was good timing. Thank you, Vincent, for giving a sub to Bidet Champion. Oh, also, I'm going to pause. Darkshire, 62 months. You're the last alert for the next couple of hours. I'm going to pause the alerts. I'm going to alert the mutes. And we'll play them after this sponsor stream is over. And after this ad break, we will begin. Alert the mutes! Alert the mutes. Oh, of course, we have to. As soon as the ad break's over, we have to turn off the ads. Let's do that. Yeah, so just to let you know, I will not be here until next Thursday. This will be my last stream for a week. We're going to head to Washington State. The dogs already dropped off at the daycare. We're hoping they do well there. Or it's doggy daycare, but they're staying there for more than the day. They're staying there for, a week. But boarding, there you go, doggy hotel. Yeah. We could do horsey game after the sponsor. We could. We absolutely could. Or we could watch Spookies with the Red Letter Media guys. And then that means I don't have to do anything. You know what? I'll put it to a vote. I'll put it to a vote after this sponsored portion. I will put it to a vote and see what you guys want to do. Would you rather see horsey game or would you rather watch a movie with Red Letter Media? Within the game of High on Life 2. It is a tough choice. I don't envy your choice. Okie dokie, there it is. All right. That means we're going to turn off the ads. Florp. Okay. And I will turn off the music. And I will say 11:33. The ad sponsor stream starts now. What's up, everybody? Thank you for joining me. My name is Ezekiel III. I'm going to be playing Moss, the Forgotten Relic, which just released today on Steam. Thank you to Polyarc for sponsoring today's stream. I appreciate it. Moss, the Forgotten Relic is an emotional and atmospheric adventure set in the pages of a living storybook. Brimming with myth and ancient magic, guide a tiny but determined hero on a heartfelt journey of challenge, courage, and connection. It's a puzzle platformer, so I'm 3D puzzle platformer, so I'm guessing controller is going to work best. So that's what I'm going to do. If you want to help, or if you want to check out the game, look at the top here, click that link. It'll take you to that. Yeah, and if you can see it, it has my name in it, so, you know, it's a tracking link, so they will be counting if you do that, just to let you know. Yeah, this game just came out today, like July 16th, developed by Polyarc and Blackbird Interactive, published by Polyarc. It is $17.99 on sale from $20 or $19.99. Let's check it out, baby. Let's go. Let's do it. Am I going to cry? You might. It is an emotional journey. Yeah, go ahead and go that extra mile and wishlist the game too if you want. If it's a game that looks like it's for you. I mean, if nothing else, the game is gorgeous. Okay, let's see. Settings. No, not exit game, dude. All right, sponsor stream starts. No, I'm kidding. Ah, damn. They know who they got. They know who they paid for. Valxa, yeah. All right, press any button. Options, settings. There we go. 3840 by 2160. Moss Book 1. Let's go. And this game is based on, yeah, critically acclaimed franchise. Yes. Oh, that way. There we go. This is the standard version of the VR game. Oh my god, the butterfly in the sky!
Your time has come at last.
I can go twice as high.
Well,
Hold on. Already got to do. There, I didn't see the subtitles. There we go. English subtitles. I forgot to put those subtitles on. My bad. That's my bad.
We began this tale long
There we go.
ago. We hope it is yours to finish. But this story is not yours alone.
There we are.
No. It is tied to another. And the journey you take together could change the fate of both our worlds. Shall we begin?
Yes. Yes, let's.
They called it the Cinder Night. What came from those dark, starless skies would change the world of Moss forever. The peace that had settled across the land was broken by an unconquerable nightmare. And that night, the animals nearly met their end.
Zoop.
First, they killed the king. A winged creature broke from the shadows and plucked him from his royal bedchamber high atop the tallest tower. Next, the serpent Sarfog and the armies of the Arcane tore up from the underworld. They ravaged the castle in search of that which gave the king power beyond understanding. One of the fabled glass relics.
I prefer to move it, move it.
The Kingsguard fought bravely, but the castle soon pulsed with the arcane's evil. Every room was gutted, every statue, tapestry, and adornment hexed. But the glass was never found.
Oh, wait.
Meanwhile, Sir Argus...
I didn't know there was more! I didn't know there was more!
...led the survivors west through a temple long abandoned
I'm sorry!
by their ancestors and
Start
far
over.
away from their newly risen enemies. It was an arduous escape. Finally, after passage beneath the impassable mire, they found refuge in
They
a
call
clearing
this a mire.
and safely in the trees.
Okay. Wait for them to tell you to turn the page, dude.
Argus charged back to join the Sprite champion at the mire's edge. Together, they fought back the arcane and sealed the temple passage that led to the clearing. But the champion was gravely injured. Clutching his glass, he retreated deep into the forest where he drew his last breath. A large tree grew upon him. It stood many years in watchful duty, safeguarding the glass and awaiting its next hero.
Duty. She said duty.
That hero, albeit an unlikely one, did arrive at a time she'd be needed most.
Now turn around. There's a mouse you see. Sorry.
Quill was out adventuring beyond the edge of the clearing. Dusk was creeping in, but she wondered what she might find if she went just a little farther.
After all, she was just a small mouse in a very big world after all.
She was not exactly
Me?
sure what she roused,
Not me.
but she felt no danger from the being silently peering down at her. Quill had to hurry. The village gates would soon close, and night would follow.
Oh, the VR. That's that. You're looking down on it if you played the VR version. Yeah, I get it. Okay. Well, I missed the first jump. Oh. Oh, I have the power! No, 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 no. Okay, leave it there. There you go. "3D platforming is gonna be great. I'm good at 3D platforming, guys. I'm good at this."
Night, her uncle often warned, was when danger was most present. But Quill preferred the stories of the magical creatures that woke to protect the forest.
Oh. Oh, it's gonna smash me. I don't want that. I don't... Oh, I'm under here now. Oh, I see. I see what I did. Okay. No, no, no. I get it. I know what's happening. Blorp. No. Blorp. 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 There we go. Now can I... No! Oh, I guess that's fine. That's fine. That's what was supposed to happen. Oh, I gotta move it again. Blorp. Yeah, I got some rolling papers. Sweet. I mean, I hope you can roll a doobie in this. It's natural and it's legal. I'm guessing this takes place somewhere in Seattle or in Washington State. Aren't mice quadrupeds? Wouldn't she travel faster if she went on all fours? Give a mouse a doobie, they'll be high for a day. Teach a mouse the doobie, they'll get you high for life. Hi, how's it going? Is this the way to Mousebird? I heard there are no cats in America, and the streets are paved with cheese. Yeah, it's a girl. They said she. Yeah. You don't just play as Quill, you're also the reader, a presence in her world, helping her overcome obstacles and survive. Yes. Quill is a lady mouse. I love this music too. This music just fits his atmosphere. It's very Brigadoon. Water wheel, stop! Okay. Well, I need to get up there. And I can use that to cross. I can make it slow so I can get across. Well, that was an accident. Okay, I can. Okay. No, there was an invisible wall blocking me, so I wasn't sure if I could actually do that or not. Oh, 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 oh no! They took pity on me. Pity. More rolling papers! Or a scroll with underwear on it? Stop! I said stop! Oh, interact. There we go. Trapdoor. There's a trapdoor beneath you.
Thanks to her new friend, Quill had saved priceless grains from the hourglass.
Or not. Whatever. That'll work. That'll work. Phew. In my Catholic school, they gave us the small Bible
She
set, the
raced
best
to
rolling
the door
papers.
of the cottage she shared with her uncle, hoping once he saw her discovery,
Indeed.
he'd lose himself in tales of its legend.
Wow, I clicked the tracking link and now I know a lot more about this video game. Thank you, Khalith. Impart your knowledge of what you know now about this video game. Hi. Hi. Oh, don't stab him. Don't stab the squirrel. Talk to it. Interact.
Uncle Argus was watching the evening light dim when Quill burst through the front door of their cottage. Uncle! Uncle, there's something you have to see! Out past the bell again, he scolded. Quill, I've told you countless times. I know, Quill replied, crestfallen. I didn't mean to worry you, but I found something strange and magical.
It has a weird leafy shape.
She showed him the glass.
And if you
What is
ingest it,
she asked. A look of panic spilled over her uncle's stoic exterior. Where did you find this? Roared Uncle Argus. Quill had never seen her uncle so shaken.
this
west
is
of
the
the clearing,
stickiest of the
she
icky.
explained.
Where did you find this?
And as soon as I picked it up, something started helping me. Uncle Argus followed her motion.
Oh, he's got a scar on his face. Look at it. He's
With
missing
you
an eye.
Here, right now? Quill, what you found is very powerful and very dangerous.
He said with great concern.
If I could take this burden from you, I would. But this reader has chosen.
Me?
Even with the moon full and bright, I must go right away.
Quill pressed. Where are you going? I can help. We can help.
No!
He snapped.
They'll find you and tear you apart. I have to go alone. It is for your own safety and for everyone here in the clearing.
His long, heartfelt hug told her he was heading for danger.
I'll be back before midnight. Until I return, I need your word you will not leave the clearing with that glass. Promise me, Quill.
Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
I promise, she said reluctantly, wondering where her uncle was going so deep into the night.
And I'm just gonna wait at home until he returns. That's actually the whole game. Is you just waiting for your uncle to return. He comes back, he's like, everything's cool. Don't worry about it. Now about those rolling papers you found.
Hey, kid. Kid. Wake up.
Wait, are mice the second smartest or the first smartest? I thought they were the first smartest and then it was
Kid, over
dolphins.
here. I know where your uncle went. I can show you. You're twofold now. Very important. Bring that glass and your sidekick too. Where
Dolphins
will
are
you
first?
need
Okay.
them?
I honestly don't remember.
Quill called out. Hey, Starthing, wait!
Star Thing. It's Star-Lord. Oh, more rolling papers. Let's go. I gotta gather enough for the party we're having this Saturday.
Quill had
we're...
never met a Starthing.
Go ahead.
In campfire stories, they often meddled in the lives of mortals. And when they appeared, mischief followed.
Mischief. No. We're not talking about the actual smartest animals. We're talking about the Hitchhiker's Guide smartest animals. In the Hitchhiker's Guide, mice are first, dolphins are second. I don't know where humans actually fall. Are they third? Do they actually say? We are third then? Okay. Humans.
Passage through the eastern gate was strictly forbidden. But despite her promise, Quill knew in her heart that Uncle Argus needed her.
Yep. More rolling papers. Let's go. Wait, there we go. Open.
Quill demanded answers. Starthing, you can't just barge in here with your riddles. Where is he? What do you know?
Where's Uncle? Swear to me!
The trouble your uncle's heading for is the kind only you and that silent giant up there can get him out of.
I'll push it in. Now pull it out.
This way, kid.
Urged the Starthing.
And don't forget to tuck your ears in.
Push it real good. Push it. Push the block. Push it. Now pull it out. thing behind there. No, there wasn't that. Look, there was a thing behind that thing. Yeah, look. Oh, I just go that way. Okay, I got it. We got it. We're good. I'm owning this category. You damn right I am. Hell yeah. Oh, I see it. I see the GIF, Whispering Goblin. I see it. Oh my god, I can break these. Oh, I should have been breaking them. There might be stuff inside, like more rolling papers. What up, Nick? Oh, come on. Blah, 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 blah. Oh. Now, come on, dude. Is there a... Oh, there's a... Oh, there. I see it now. Oh, dear! Dear God! Look at the rack on that. Oh, yeah. Damn it. Oh, my magic won't touch it. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh! The noises are hilarious. Oh! Oh!
Just on the other side is the mire, the starling assured her. There's a good chance your uncle's still there.
Oh, time to go on a raft. Ah, yes, human helmets. I live in an ancient battlefield, apparently.
Did you hear that? The starling seemed anxious. I've ruffled enough leaves in these parts. I can't be seen with you. I'll catch up with you later. Just don't go and die on me.
Cheeky little sparkle. No, it seems fine to me, Nevir. Let me see. Oh, there's no, yeah. I think it's probably locked at 60, I'd imagine. Holy crap, there are 375 bottles to find. Oh, when you break stuff, there's the dust. Okay. Oh. Oh, I've been poisoned. Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, it's because you're playing a game on another screen. Oh. All right, well, there you go. Oh, that's water. It didn't look like water. Okay. Yeah, get them rolling papers. Crap. Crap. While I'm shimmying here, wanna remind you that this game is available now. Yes, it was first on VR. Now you can play it. If you don't even have a VR headset, it's just available on, or it's available on Steam to go get right now. It's on sale for $17.99. Click the link at the top of the chat box. Thank you to Polyarch for sponsoring this stream. It's a beautiful game thus far. And I think people will pay good money just for the jungle sounds, the forest sounds to go to sleep to in a white noise machine. Oh, and it's cheaper if you bundle it with Stray if you already own Stray. Good to know. Good to know. Let me just make sure on that. Let me just make sure. Or me. Wait. Oh, it's the same price if you own Mina. But if you own... Oh, that's the bundle. There you go. Yep. $13.49 if you own Stray. That's great. That is a good deal. Uh-oh. Oh, combat time. Actual combat. Gotcha. Oh, there's more. Oh, this is important to note that this is both Moss games combined, not just VR, non-VR version 1. Yes, yes, Moss 1 and 2, Book 1 and 2 are both included in that price, yes. Good call, Khalid.
A whisper echoed through the trees. Fought like someone who has stolen our champion's power.
What, you calling me a thief?
A small yet fantastical band of sprites emerged surrounding Quill. I'm Veda, root seer of the mire, and you have crossed
Big
into
Van
our
Veda's here.
domain.
Oh.
She sized up Quill with a rueful gaze. and
It's
turned
Veda
her attention
time!
upward. I sense you there too. I have not felt the presence of such a promising reader in some time. A youthful
Oh,
warrior
no.
marched forward. Rootseer, I'm prepared to honor our great champion's legacy. Rodent, give us our glass.
What glass? What are you talking about?
Quill stepped closer.
I don't even use glass. I got
Where
rolling
is my
papers.
uncle? If you've hurt him... Silence! Veda thundered back. It was Argus who summoned us here, and now I see why. Young one, I'm afraid the trees hum of attack. Your uncle's been taken to the castle of your ancestors. Quill's knees buckled as Veda continued. Argus put himself at great risk calling for us. Your uncle once took a solemn oath to protect the glass of your fallen king. He is the only one left who knows where it's been hidden. The Arcane have long sought to wrest that knowledge from him. And you dare to cross into the mire with our glass? Sarfog will soon burn through this forest looking to tear you and your reader apart. Unless, of course, you find them first. Take these. Weapons made for the mighty champion who died so that your people could live. Quill felt its otherworldly power course through her. Find your uncle, Twofold, before the serpent and its masters break him. The warrior fumed. Our glass with her? Rootseer, she's minuscule.
You're minuscule.
Come now. The reader has chosen its hero. We must let their story unfold. Veda replied with a frost of finality, and vanished into the shadows of the mire.
No, that's a funny thing in this house. If someone's silence is bad. Silence is like, what's going on here? How come I don't hear anybody? But if you hear barking or screaming, it's like, okay, everybody's fine. Everybody's fine. Speaking of barking, it's weird. The dogs are already dropped off at the boarding place. It's so quiet without them. Okay. Hey, there we go. More rolling papers. Let's go. I love silence. It means I'm not being told to look at the cats when the wife claims they make faces. Oh man, I get that so hard. Look at our baby girl. She's being so cute. Like, oh my gosh, she's just sleeping. She's just sleeping. Damn it, Zeke. You think just because you're your own boss and we all like it that you can just take a vacation whenever you deserve to be happy? Wow, you just summed it right up, dude. Yes, that's exactly what I think. Nice work. Thank you, Vince, for giving a sub to Look at D's. Also, Vizaras with 101. Apparition with 21. Thank you, guys. Wow. Sorry, the alerts are muted. Poop Doctor. For good reason, apparently.
It was Quill's favorite story. How Sir Argus fought beside the Sprite Champion to seal this temple from the arcane and secured the survival of their kinds. Simply standing in their heroic footsteps felt like a great honor.
Don't worry, when I unalert the mutes, they'll all play. So, you'll get it if you stick around, Poop Doctor. If you can hold out for an hour and 15. Scroll, give me that. More rolling papers. Oh, by the way, if you guys see a scroll that I don't notice, let me know. You can just shout it out if you want. Oh, I can't jump on the edge of that? Okay. There we go. This guy will move. Somewhere? Aha! Oh, there we go. You have a favorite puzzle game, Zeke? Sort of. Like, there's different types. There's so many different types of puzzles that I enjoy. But like, if you want to know the first ones that come to mind, like Portal, Talos Principle. Why? I can't move this guy. I wonder why. Okay, maybe I go back here. Oh, yeah. Okay, moves in. I didn't know that. All right. Yeah, the 3D playing with perspective. I love it. Love it. Oh. Okay. Bunch of bad guys. Let's get them. Oh, he got me. That healing function, I wonder if I have just a limited amount of those or something? Oh, right. Pull it up. Turn it around. Come on. Okay. Um. Okay. Wait, don't drop. Gimme. Yeah. Okay. Point, 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 point. Up. Up. That looks like a jump. Can I make it? I should have broken that first. Oh, you stupid. Should have broken it first. Bloop, florp, bloop, flap, bleep, flop, flop. Up, up. There we go. Rolling papers, get. Now I gotta do it again. Oh, I should have just flipped the switch while I was up there. Plonk. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, get out of here. Gotcha. Okay. I need two of you, huh? All right, you coming over here. Oh, there's always gonna, okay. Okay. Hold on. Can I make this guy? Can he go? No. Can he go down here? No. I need you to come down this way. Can you? Oh, no, okay. No, not that way. I need to come back down. There we go. I can't see anything. Okay, so no grabby ledge on that guy. Okay. Dream Daddy, yeah, that one represents me. Well, I need to, like, I think there's a bridge I have to create there. No, I wouldn't call this a Zelda-like, but I will say it's inspired by games like Legend of Zelda. They even say that. It's a must-play indie adventure for all fans of Ori, Stray, and Zelda-inspired experiences. And I would agree. How do I get a bug over here? Because what I need is... I go up here, and then I move, then I get the person, like, off the block. So there's a platform here. And they won't come off that. They won't come off this place. Nope. Nope. Can't jump up there. Well, I feel like a fool. I feel like a foolish fool. Oh my God. You are a foolish fool. You are a foolish, stupid, foolish fool. There we go. Goodness gracious. I swear, I'm an adult. I have adult level intelligence. Oh, just do it now? Okay, got it. Come here. What is that, a soprano sax, man? Get it, soprano sax guy. Maybe it's clarinet. I'm not sure. I'm not good at picking out instruments by ear. It's a fluet. Oh, wait, no. What? Okay, hold on. I want to leave that area yet. Turn around. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back. Oh, crap, Spackle. Damn it. Son of a... Come on. I can't pay attention to two things at once. My brain does not work like that. And thus Quill lie in the bed that she made. Nice troll though, game. Nice troll though, game devs. Good job on this one. Just putting that ledge there that's so easily jump offable. Yeah, see, it even shows me. It's like, that way, dummy. What is it? What? Eh? Oh. There we go. Wait. There we go. Ah, there we go. But hi! Hi! Oh, hi. Oh, we high-fived! I high-fived a mouse! Alright, it seems like there's a scroll that I missed. Is there a scroll somewhere? Alright. If there is, we might have to just stay missed. Oh, good. Oh, they put me right back here. Okay, good. No problem. Everything's fine. Okay, let's scroll down there. I saw it. Ah, easy. Easy one. Oh, what am I doing? Oh! I'm opening a portal to another dimension. I didn't know that was something I could do. I didn't even go in here yet. Oh, there we go. Bonfire. Did that do anything, or was that just cool? Might have just been cool. Another dimension, another dimension, another dimension. Oh. Let's not do this yet. No, I've not gotten a UPS box yet, Simple Simone. Not yet. It's on the list. God dang it. I wonder if this is like a boss fight or something.
Shortcut to the castle. What she found was a strange and vibrant place shrouded in perpetual twilight. But something about it was oddly familiar.
Perpetual twilight, huh? Do they have sparkly vampires? Oh, it just turns me around there. Okay. Oh, there we go. Bloop. Bloop.
We're infested.
A grumble echoed from the cave.
And why would I do that?
It croaked loudly, annoyed at either nothing or something.
You in there!
Good guess.
Declared Quill boldly.
Where are we? I'm looking for the fastest way to the castle.
Frog or toad, I don't know the difference. Oh, it's like a turtle. Turtle.
Quill recognized
A toadurtle?
the toad as Veda's steed from the mire. Seemingly oblivious to Quill,
A fragirtle.
continued.
Fine. I'll open the route. Give them your fancy test. But you're only digging yourself
it's a leaf?
deeper
Oh.
grave with roots of
That's not as fun. What is it? Some kind of boogin? Oh, okay, that's a no-go. Do I have a favorite small animal? You know, I never thought about it. Probably. I like frogs. I really actually like frogs. Frogs are big. They're slimy. They're dumb. They're cute. They do whatever. They eat whatever. I can relate.
I'm missing my afternoon nap. Huffed the toad. They're not even going in.
Well, I want to explore everything before I go in your little portal. Thank you.
If Veda knew I led you here, she'd burn my roots from existence. A voice rose from the soil, gently shaking the branches.
The tree!
But I need to know you can handle the perils of the castle.
Have I had pets growing up? Yeah, mostly dogs though. I've never owned a cat. I had a lizard once. But honestly, just dogs here and there. Oh my god. Any small dogs? No, well, yeah, I guess. I mean, they weren't my dogs, but my mom had two toy poodles. They weren't mine, though. They were hers. No, mostly Cocker Spaniels. I had two Cocker Spaniels growing up. Oh, I do have to hit it with my sword. Of course you have to hit it with your sword, you dum-dum. How many goldfish have you flushed on a toilet? To be honest, never had a fish. Never saw the point in a fish. I never saw the point in any animal that you can't actually interact with or you're not supposed to interact with. So, like, I never saw the point in, you know, like spiders and, you know, that kind of shit. You're not really supposed to handle spiders that much. But some people just like having them and looking at them. I live with one. Just in case, I didn't want that to be like the puppy boarding place, and them have like something they need to tell me or something. So. Whoa! I didn't know there was a gap there. High five. What? You showing me something? Oh, go this way first? Okay. Okay, so it's the, oh, come on, mouse! Come on, mouse! Let's go, Quill. Yes, this mouse has superpowers, special powers. I mean, well, the mouse doesn't have powers. The spark or the glass that she has powers. What do we got? Another glove! Okay. Weird. Right trigger. All right.
Has ever crossed into a sprite's heartwood. The words radiated from the leaves. You must prove I've not erred in giving you the glass relic.
Oh, it shows invisible things. Okay. Man, I got the power mouse glove. It's so bad. Just in case we haven't done it in a while, this game is being, I'm doing a sponsor stream for this game. Moss, the Forgotten Relic. It's available now. It was on VR, but now it's available to play on Steam. It's bundled with a couple of other different games. So if you own like games like Stray, it's $13.49 or something like that. But it's on sale right now for $17.99. Just released today. And thank you to PolyArc for sponsoring today's stream. I appreciate that. Cute animals, puzzly platforms. God, man, I found the gap. Man, I found that gap, didn't I? Jesus. Perspective. Perspective is fun. Hey there, Starface. Oh, okay. I guess you're cool. You just stay there. You're fine. Man, I love the gaps, man. I love finding gaps in this game. It's awesome. Humph. Oh. Oh, okay. So I gotta reveal the blocks. By stepping over there. Oh, okay. So I gotta reveal the blocks by stepping over there. By stepping over there. Oh, okay. So I gotta reveal the blocks. By stepping over there. Oh, okay. So I gotta reveal the blocks by stepping over there. Oh, okay. So I gotta reveal the blocks by stepping over there. Oh, okay. So I gotta reveal the blocks by stepping over there. Oh, okay. So I gotta reveal the blocks by stepping over there. Oh, okay. So I gotta reveal the blocks by stepping over there. Oh, okay. So I gotta reveal the blocks by stepping over there. Oh, okay. So I gotta reveal the blocks by stepping over there. Oh, okay. So I gotta reveal the blocks by stepping over there. Oh, okay. So I gotta reveal the blocks by stepping over there. Oh, okay. So I gotta reveal the blocks by stepping over there. Oh, okay. So I gotta reveal the blocks by stepping over there. Oh, okay. So I gotta reveal the blocks by stepping over there. Oh, okay. So I gotta reveal the blocks by stepping over there. Oh, okay. So I gotta reveal the blocks by stepping over there. Oh, okay. So I gotta reveal the blocks by stepping over there. Now that one won't go up, huh? Oh, and it's done. It's done moving. It ain't moving no mo. Do I get out of here and... Oh, yes, I do. I get you now. There we go. Okay. No, I know, the levers are always, they always look like they're by trap doors. Oh, crap! Oh, crap, I wasn't close enough so it disappeared, son of a bitch.
But we'll have more work to do if Veda is ever going to accept you as her champion. I'll summon you again when you're ready.
Okay. High five. Yeah. Yeah. The mouse danced. And it was cute. Okay, that's a bigger gap than I thought. Oh, okay. Well, I can't get back up there. I guess we'll just leave. We'll leave out the door we came in. Or the door we opened. Bye.
I knew they'd give up.
Short
the toe.
Oh, oh, I don't have to read that. Come on, dude. So I can't go back there, huh? There's nothing there for you. Turn around, mouse. All right. Hey! Hey! Well, that's... I didn't think you could hit me. Oh my God, you gotta stop missing that jump, bro. Ah! Legendary EJ Stubbs, 92. Thank you so much. Alicia with 69 months. Oh, yeah. Nice. Oh, it can go up even higher. Is there a health indicator or somewhere? Like on the backpack, but it usually follows you like a red light will be around you if you're hurt. But I'm not sure like how much health you actually have or how many hits you can take. Rolling papers. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That's what I do. That's me. That's me all over. Who won the disc golf game? We both won our fair share. I think he might have won 1-3. We tied 1 and I won 2. So I think he came out victorious on the day, but it's pretty good matches. Pretty good matches. Lots of fun. But I won the last 2, and that's the important part. Gassy is fun, isn't he? Okay. Nope, it only turns. Oh. Pfft. There's a climb up spot right here, guy. Little mouse roll for you. What's in here? Why am I in here? There we go. And why fish are pointless? Brutal. No. Do it again. There we go. Oh, no. There's just gonna be another one in there. Yeah. Always another one. Oh, I can jump on the edge of this. Man, come on, dude. Oh, I opened up a shortcut. Okay. Okay. What a cute and fun game. It's almost like I'm in the pages of a living storybook brimming with myth and ancient magic. Where can I find out more information, Zeke? Well, I'm glad you asked, Pete. You can find out more information by clicking the link, and that's the pinned link above in the chat box. Head on over to connect.mouse.game/Ezekiel III. Just click on that link, and it'll take you there, and it'll show you more information about the game. It's crazy. It's crazy. Did you know this game blends exploration, environmental puzzles, and light combat with a focus on discovery and connection over intense difficulty? Okay, with focus on discovery and connection over intense difficulty. So, if you think it's difficult, I'm just making it look that way, I guess. Like that. Like that. Nope. Pull it up. Perfect. Knew that was a bad guy hole. Okay. Oh. No. Oh, my goodness gracious. All right. No, come on. Get up the ladder or stairs. What is happening here? Get up the stairs. Thank you. Oh, we can shoot that one. Okay. Yeah, I can't make that jump. Holy crap. Ouch. There we go. Okay, that's what we need to do. Or is it? No, I'm trying to get that scroll. But I can't get it. Nope, it's too low for that one. I think it's, yeah, I think the heals are on a timer, probably. Yeah, I don't know how to make that one get hit. 'Cause I can go over here. And I can raise that one, but I can't raise the second one. Because I don't think I can get on... I can't get on this platform right here from here. And I don't think I can jump from there to there either. No, I can go left. I can jump on that platform with this. But it doesn't matter because I can't get up from here. Stop it. Oh, wait, yes. Hold on. No, see, there's a solid wall here. Come on, mouse. I can get up those stairs, but I want to get the scroll. That's the puzzle part. Is it true about this game camera controls? There are no camera controls. Oh my god, dude. Always more simple than you're making it. Always more simple than you're making it. Just didn't remember there was a ledge there. No, it has yellow paint and everything. Wow. I can't believe how many times the solution has been so simple and I'm just too blind to see it. It's a simple puzzle, Colin. A baby can answer it. All right, let me get, what is my new thing? It's a shield! Oh, it's happening in 10 minutes, Pete? Why not watch it? Let's watch it. Oh, that's the one with, is that the one with Jesse and Dodger? I mean, yeah, Jesse and Dodger. Yep, that's what I thought. Well, then let's check it out. That's always a fun time. I didn't know, I thought that was tomorrow. I don't even know what am I even supposed to do with this shield? I got this shield. I think it's a shield. You bet, Miss Habit. It's a great game. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate it. Okay, so I have a shield now. Now, do I go up here and can I shine the light of the good on the door? Oh. Oh, it was like a key thing. Okay, it goes in there and oh. There it is. Okay, it was like a seal. It was like a kiss from a rose on the grave. Out of curiosity, what do you do for on the Moss team there, Miss Habit? If you don't mind me asking. You don't have to. Can we drop a few Steam keys to claim? Absolutely. Just if you're dropping the Steam keys, make sure to put a question mark replace one of the numbers with a question mark. And then you can put question mark equals 4 or something at the end to stop bots from grabbing it. But yeah, you can absolutely do that. Man, this music is epic, dude. I love it. No. Who else wants a piece? Hey! Hey! What's happening? Oh. Go fight him! Ow. Good sound effects too. That sword sounds awesome. take it. Wait a minute. How do I win? Haha! It will eventually hurt him, okay. Okay, maybe it isn't a puzzle. Or it is? Oh no, my first death! Whoa, 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 whoa! Yeah, get down there. Leave me alone. Okay. So I have to keep fighting things until that thing goes red again. Oh, right into it, you dingus. Go red. Or not. Okay. Perfect ending! Perfect ending to the sponsored stream. We did it! Woohoo! We are mouses! Go Quill!
Quill felt a swell of pride as she approached the Cavern River. Its guiding banks once led her people to safety after the Cinder Night. Now, all these years later, she would follow it back.
Back home. Dude, that is like the perfect way to show off this game and end the spawn stream, right with that little victory in this little cinematic. Couldn't have planned it any better if I was paid to. And if you want to know the rest of the story, buy the game. Moss, the Forgotten Relic is available now. Thank you once again to Polyarch for sponsoring today's stream. I hope you guys had a good time. I hope I showed off the game to the best of my ability. Thank you very much, Miss Habit, for being here and for giving away keys. You can continue to give away keys if you would like, if you want to just hang out. But right now, it looks like someone told me there's a showcase going on, so I think we're gonna perhaps check that out right now. And it is going. They are talking.
The game. As exclusively revealed here today, Wilder Dark will release on November 3rd. And they've got a brand new demo available now.
Going to change the category here, unpin the message,
and wishlist it while you are there.
There we go.
Next up, our first of 5 collections of brand new trailers, kicking off with Everwild. Everwild is already in early access. It's a first-person blend of like a RPG and sandbox survival, where you can build your own flying fortress and then journey to floating islands in search of treasures and capybaras, which were the real treasure all along. So a new major update is coming, and we've got your first look.
Special events. Okay, we're good now. We're good now. Yep, click and wishlist the wishlist. Click the link and wishlist the game. Buy it. Do whatever. You know, if you want. Only if you want to, though. Don't let me badger you into clicking things, okay? Poll for film or horse game, run while we watch. I think this is gonna be... I mean, I have an hour and a half left before I'm going to be done for the day. And this is probably an hour. Oh, this showcase is 2 hours long. Well, there you go. There you go. We'll figure it out. We'll do it when we get back, when I get back. I'm happy to just sit here and chill and watch indie game trailers with you guys. I'm a liar. Yes, thanks, Scott, I am. When I get back from vacation, Vincent. Yes, I'm coming back from vacation. And there's Khalith with the links there. Oh, I guess I can unalert the mutes.
Remember how we met? You were sitting there on your bike and you just had to talk to me. You said seeing me, you felt a shock. And I said, no, not again, wake up. Come on, stay with me.
I know they're gonna put the QR code beneath me.
It's me. You're safe. I mean, not safe, but no.
I'm sorry, Yank.
I promised you could handle these changes. Listen to me. You have to slow down. You're slipping away. I don't even know who you are anymore. You don't know who you are. Maybe I don't.
Yeah, I put him in the shitbox there, Nevir. You didn't see his message deleted, timed out thing?
Just please.
I got him.
Stay with me.
Graft. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Khalid. I want to wish list that one. It is already wish listed. Thank you. Oh, sometimes I do it quietly while the trailers are going, but I did it. I got you. Yeah. All right, hold on. I gotta do one thing real quick. There we go. Two things, actually. Okay. Yeah, I'm going on holiday here in about an hour and a half. And I'll be back a week from today. I will be back streaming next Thursday. Did Vincent approve your PTO request? You know, he didn't approve my PTO request because I don't get PTO. It is just TO. Just tits out. Just TO, tits out, yeah. Thank you, Vincent, for giving a sub to Retirement Home. Pirate Abuse, thank you for the 2 years. Vincent giving a sub to Miss Habit. Hell yeah. Narnut with 23. Vincent giving a sub to Skill Deficiency. And Gassy Texan. And Legendary EJ Stubbs with 92. Thank you, guys. Oh, I got to do this one. Poop Doctor says... Oh, no one cares about this. 115 months. Zeke, now that you're fully committed to being a part-time streamer. Wait, hold on. I'm fucking coming. Sorry about that. But duty calls.
All right, let's go. Thomas, I think you should be doing all the sewing.
I owed you that one there, Poop Doctor.
Buddy. Because you're the one who needs practice.
Aha! I haven't sewn it.
Thomas is the sewing guy now.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, you're a silly goose. You just hit the wrong color on it.
I'm trying to clean these boots, but it just won't clean.
Thank you, Soccer Puppet.
Dude, look how
Soccer
strong our defense has though.
I will not watch the boots. What do you take me for?
Why did you just put random crap all over here?
I'm a hoarder.
Yeah, no, Navir, it's all right. The full workup, because they did the full thing. They did the full workup of all the shots and all the tests and all the blood tests and the poop tests and all that kind of shit. And it was $700 per dog, so... It happens. It's okay. We won't have to do any re-ups for at least a year. Just the initial cost is pretty bad. Well, and $400 of that was a year's supply of some supplement they take when they get to be adult dogs. Yes, we got Bordetella shots, yes.
Welcome back, Vincent. We missed you.
Hey Vince, where have you been? I know things got awkward between us, but I need
This
your
looks
help.
cool, but like it looks like a lot of reading.
Engineer I know, and there's lots of files to clean up.
music and everyone else's
Oh, it's a
music.
music game.
I have a new job for you. It's, unusual. Listen to this strange recording retrieved in an online forum. We need to look into it.
Ready and at your service, amigos. Got my drinks, got my snacks, I'm ready to go. Just tell me where to drive.
Thank you, Scott.
Dude, I found something.
Do you feel inspired? Do you hear it? Play it. Do you feel inspired? Play it. Do you feel inspired? Play it. Do you hear it? Do you feel inspired?
I am interested, but it seems like a lot of fucking buttons. I wouldn't mind giving that another look.
That was Imprinted from Cobalt Lane, a psychological
Thanks,
mystery
Audio
where
Level.
you become a sound engineer who is tasked with unraveling the mysterious death of an experimental musician. It's one of those fake OS games that Jesse and I adore. I'm sure many of you do as
Love
well.
them.
You get to restore damaged cassettes and fall into the rabbit hole of conspiracy theories. So, as you saw in the trailer, the demo is
Yeah, you can
available
see
right
her
now,
ring light
and you can
reflected
wishlist
in her
the full
pupils.
game on the Convergent Steam page, just like all the other games here today. But also, we need to say we were just told while the trailers were going that holy Stromboli, we have so many people watching right now. Through our co-streamers, we have 20-something thousand people watching with Ludwig right now. So many people. Thank you guys so much. We hope you enjoy the show.
Yeah, I for one am thrilled that I said Everwild instead of Everwind in front of all of you.
I can't.
That really helps. Everwind is what I meant to say. You know what? There's a script for a reason, folks, and I'm just gonna stick to it now.
Oh well.
Time for
I didn't do it
our
in time.
first live
I didn't ask
gameplay
to
demo,
co-stream it.
Mavericks is a mountain biking simulation with Third.
Thank you,
Side
Penguin
Games,
Explosive.
making that bad boy, who developed it in close collaboration with mountain biking legend.
And we're shitboxing
Matt
Scott
Jones.
again.
And it leaves early access today.
Sounds good.
And to celebrate, we are joined by Sam Tabor and, of course, Matt to talk about the 1.0 release. Hello.
Hello, guys. Oh my gosh. How are you guys doing?
going?
Thanks for joining us on the
Doing
show.
great. Yeah, super stoked.
You guys are killing it so far. Thank you. Amazing show.
Thank you.
Thank you
Killing
so
names,
much.
that's for sure. Yeah.
Tell us about Mavericks, guys. What do we need to know?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's done. We're out today, 1.0 full release. This has been years in the making. From as a professional mountain bike rider, I wanted to take all of that knowledge, information, experience, and put it in an open world, an authentic experience where people could share the love and passion for this sport. And we've done it. I've ridden slopestyle competitions, downhill competitions over the years, got sponsored by Red Bull, turned it into my career, and I just wanted to channel all of that into one space for the core audience, but also a wider audience to share and love it. And Sam's one of those people who's made videos with us, and he's played the
Oh
game
yeah,
and loved it, and
Convergence.
he's back here today.
Convergence is a very
It's insane.
off-the-cuff improv.
It's amazing. I've played
show.
so many different action sports
Unscripted.
games, and this one is so realistic. It's open world mountain biking. It's just so fun. I love it.
Awesome. You played it through early access as well, right?
I did. Yeah, I played it the day it came out. I think. Yeah.
Oh,
my
sorry.
gosh.
We've
Ground
come a long way
floor.
since then.
Yeah, it's
I don't know
better
where
now.
to go. If I'm over there and blocking the QR code, if I'm right here and blocking his name,
Well, I guess we're gonna see some. Yeah, let's do
I
this.
can't
Yeah,
win.
let's do it.
Yeah.
No pressure, Sam.
No pressure. All right, here we go. So, what you're seeing, we can play this in third person, or my personal favorite is first person.
Yeah,
I'm
super
gonna actually
immersive.
take us to a chairlift real quick after I do a double bar spin.
Yeah,
I know
boy.
you like that, Matt.
So yeah, this is 100 square kilometers of trails, chairlifts, tech challenges, like stuff to find to race. We've got downhill racing, slopestyle mode with commentary, global leaderboards, head-to-head features. It really is a place just to... Oh, I can't believe you pulled
Wow,
that.
I
didn't know
cannot
this was
believe I
one.
landed
That's
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
you
this is a
move
trail
around
with
as well
I'm
by
gonna take it
using
up on top of
chairlifts,
this
you can
mountain.
fast travel, tech challenge features and things, but I'm excited to see...
how do they
Sam
get the
gets
bike
top
on the
of the mountain.
chairlift? That's what I want to
There
see.
he goes.
Yeah, so I'm gonna take us to Pineapple Hits. It says, is this a race? This is It's a
Slopestyle
trail.
track. Yeah, boy.
Yeah,
if you wanna hit
slopestyle.
it.
All right. Oh, I forgot to enter the event. Hang on.
You're gonna go for it. Get a score on the leaderboard. So the game's live right now.
No,
so all
we're
the
doing this
people
legit.
in the world are just out there in the ether somewhere riding bikes. Now
Yep.
Sam's one of them.
Here we go. Yeah, mountain biking games actually got me into mountain biking in real life, and I am not anywhere near Matt Jones's level, but I try.
But you can double tail it.
It's a tail whip, a double tail whip.
Super down to do this in the safety of my home.
So the guy we've got.
I mean,
doing the
this announcer's
commentary
good,
for
but he's
Slopestyle
no
Down is
monster
Rob
truck
Warner. He's like a
announcer
legend
guy.
of all the big Red Bull productions. He did all the commentary for the game, calling out the tricks, which is like for me so amazing. The guy that's the voice of mountain biking is in Mavericks. It's super exciting.
He does such
Come
an
on,
awesome
Sam, you're gonna
job.
have to
The
step it up,
commentary
bro.
is
This
like
is-
some of my favorite. Yeah, I know. Oh no! Started going backwards. I hesitated with a backflip. All right, here we go. Should I backflip this last jump?
Yeah. LB, left stick down. Here we go. Pull it.
Here we go.
Oh, first person is sick for that. That actually is how it looks
It's
in real
so
life. man.
crazy.
Oh!
Oh no! Oh no! Dude.
You pulled it!
Oh, he nailed it, bruv. He
What am I,
fucking nailed it, bruv.
601? Are you kidding me?
You got the
Come
convergence name up
on.
there.
I'm not as bad, or I'm not as good as I thought I was. All right, let's head up here.
Skitsec, thank you for the 54 months.
Up here
We've got tons
is
of slopestyle trails. They're my favorite, actually. I grew up doing the big
Same.
slopestyle competitions and trying to figure out what tricks you can do in the air and all of that stuff. So that's my favorite. But most people like downhill racing because it's just a game of inches, finding those
Right.
fine lines. Oh, that's what you're doing now.
Speaking of downhill racing, here we go.
It's
This
not
one's a bit
fucking
harder for me.
bloody. No. Not unless you're over 60.
Less air time, and I get antsy and try to do tricks.
I watch
in
a lot
midair,
of
which
Love
you definitely
Island.
Shouldn't do.
They never say bloody. They always say fucking.
I mean,
They
I
say
guess
fuck
you
a
can.
lot.
You can have more fun.
First person looks cool, man.
Yeah, dude, I love it.
A lot of people race in first person. I think it kind of gets you closer to the action. Oh, you're
For
close
sure.
to those rocks.
Yeah.
That's straight up.
Okay, this jump has messed me up
bollocks.
so many times. I know it's a race, but I'm doing it. I'm doing a trick.
Oh, he beefed
Done
it.
the trick, dude.
Total beefage,
Oh
bro.
no. I don't think I have the speed for that. Okay, we're just gonna go around it.
No, you coward.
I mean, you're 600th in the world.
Dude, that
Thank
counts
you.
for something, right?
It's
Gifting a
slopestyle.
sub to your favorite. I think this is your favorite sub. The favorite sub name. No muff too
Gosh,
tough.
dude,
We
yeah,
dive
I'm
at
so
5.
much better in first person.
Yeah, people love racing. We've got some really steep, technical, rocky tracks, massive jump lines. You can actually get sponsored by Red Bull in this game, which is very unique. It's
That's
like the
so
ultimate
sick. I love
prestige in
that.
action sports.
Yeah.
So we've done it.
Ooh. Almost flipped over the handlebars right there.
Oh, you've gone deep. Last couple of berms.
Yeah. All right, what's your bet? What do you think I'm gonna place on the leaderboard this time?
I don't know. Are you in race?
I had a
mode?
pretty bad crash.
Right, here we go. Here we go. There's the finish line.
Yeah, here's the finish. Let's see.
Final leaderboards.
You're way outside top 1,000, surely.
No,
that's impressive. People aren't racing. People are doing slow.
That's what I'm
style.
talking about. 300th in the world. Love to see it.
That's good, given that the global leaderboards have been live for about 3 hours.
Are you kidding me? Okay.
Nice one, Sam.
That was some good chirpage. Nice work, bud.
All right. Guys, that's so fun. The first person mode is insane.
It's so awesome. I love it. So immersive.
I just want
Yeah.
to say for the record, the idea of saying I know I'm in a race, but I'm just gonna do tricks is perfect. It's exactly what I want.
Watching you
That
wipe
proves I'm
out, I
not
was
a
so
realistic
bummed
mountain
for
biker.
you.
Yeah, he bits
Yeah.
like more than he can chew, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, it's been so awesome having the both of you because speaking for myself at least, I don't really know anything about this sport. So it's cool like hearing the ways in which it's, so similar to real life.
Yeah.
There, thank you. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
already had people at the bike parks actually come up to me and say it's their first day riding mountain bikes because they've been playing this game called Mavericks. I was telling Sam earlier, it's mad that building a video game is bringing people into the sport as well as take sport and getting to play this. So
yeah,
we've just it.
That's literally how it happened to me. That's how I got into mountain biking in real life now. So
that's awesome.
Sam, how are you doing at it?
Not great. I have a dislocated shoulder right now.
That's not the point, though. It's about the passion.
It's not the point.
He keeps doing tail whips and race runs. That's what you get.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I'm playing this in the safety of my home. I'm happy.
So how long were you guys saying the global leaderboards have been up? Not that long?
We did a reset for this 1.0 launch, so it's only been a few hours. So yeah, people are really setting times and setting scores. I don't know how long 300th in the world will last, but...
And it's gone. I'm so sorry. You've lost
No!
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. I appreciate hearing both of your insight. That was so much fun to watch you guys play.
Yeah, we're stoked.
Yeah.
I'm going to jump in now and see you trails. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, guys.
You can buy Mavericks from Matt Jones and Third Kind Games via the Convergent Steam page. If you want, you can hop over to, I believe, literally after we're done here, Sam is going to continue playing Mavericks over on his stream. So if you want, you can absolutely hop over there and check it out and watch more, probably in first person and feel the thrill yourself. Again, this and any other game you see is featured over on the Convergent Steam page. You can click, there's places to click and QR codes to scan, all sorts of stuff. And if you joined us just in the middle of that and you're saying, what the hell is
Where
going
am
on?
I? Yeah.
Well, first off, that's on you. You don't know where you're at. But this is the Convergent Showcase, where we show off and share exclusive looks at some really promising indie games. And you also can win some prizes. We've got hardware bundles from our friends over at Razer, who, with the QR codes and the clicks and all the things, sometimes I feel too old. You can join in and you can do all these great things and also win prizes and, more importantly, get some of the hundreds of game keys that we have that we are giving away right now.
There you
Indeed.
go.
But
50
now
bundles
it's time
of
for our
12
second
game
collection
keys.
of
Go
brand
get
new
it.
trailers, starting with big news from Crystallu Game and Team 17's Goblin Cleanup, which is a very fun game that I've been enjoying. You get to work with your friends in a hazard-filled dungeon, and you're trying to set it up for the next set of adventurers. You clean up blood, you maybe die. It's fun. It's a good time. It's built up a dedicated audience on PC, but soon even more goblin maids will be able to join the cleanup effort. Let's check it out.
Okay, we're cool. Not me. That's not my end. All right, I'll be right back. I have to poop. Okie dokie. Anything I missed? You poop that fast? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm a fast pooper. I got a bidet. Makes short work of everything. I never have to do more than 2 wipes. It's awesome. You should get yourself one. Oh, Retro Space I already have. Wishlisted. Petunia's Purgatory. Nope. Okay. Grobnopolis. If you had to say would Grobnopolis, what a great name. Would that be my game? Would that be a game for me? Would you think I should wishlist it? 100%? Okay, cool. I will wishlist it. Dundee.
Excuse me. May I ask for your help?
Dispatcher's office, how can I help you?
Someone's kidnapped me, but I don't know who.
Why do you think so?
Hey, can you hear me?
That man. Who is he? What does he want from me? I have to get out of here. Now. Please help me.
I just want to say that one of the few joys in my life is sitting here, getting to do shows like this with Dodger, and hearing little side comments about the trailers we're watching. And then Lost in the Roots just the entire time, like, dude, no.
No. It was unsettling. It was effective. It was effective.
It clearly got you. Yes, Lost in the Roots is from the makers of No, I'm Not a Human. And you can see in this exclusive trailer that it's part of a pretty disturbing world that Dodger was not okay with. That's kind of where the similarities are lost, though, between these two games.
Move that mouse.
Sure, they're
Get it out of
connected
my
in
way.
some way, but Lost in the Roots is a 2D psychological horror adventure
Move
with
it. Stop
beautiful,
touching it.
as you saw,
Sorry,
hand-drawn
guys.
2D animation. As always, if you want to go wishlist it or join the playtest yourself, you can over on the Convergent Steam page. By all means, go do so right now.
100%. But now we've got more live gameplay. And before we get our lovely special guest to join us, we're going to see a short little introduction to the game they'll be playing.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do this by the book.
Roger that.
Done hiding? Can we go now? Catch this.
Come on, somebody's got to say it. Somebody's got to say it. Slend prop. There it is.
We go in, we grab the core, we leave. Simple. Nothing to worry about.
Nice.
Okay.
All right. Hello, everybody. We are joined by Apollo Law.
Why is the game so quiet and she's so loud?
Talking about
I love you,
Expendabots.
Dodger.
Hello,
Oh, sorry.
guys.
That's her name. Apollo Lol.
Hey, what's up?
Apollo Lol.
It looks like Apollo Law, you were one of the first people to get some hands-on time with the game.
Yeah.
Oh, do we have an audio problem?
I can talk.
That's okay.
Sure looks like a lot of fun.
Bobbity
Anyway.
boopy.
We're talking right now because it's live. And
That's
Expendabots
okay.
is what we're
So-
talking about.
Yeah.
God, this
We
show
can hear
every
you,
time,
but she-
it's just
Hi, there we go.
just this side of a shit
Do
show.
it live. Yeah.
Welcome to the show. Yeah, so Expendabots 4-player co-op horror extraction game. Why don't you tell us a little bit about it, guys?
Oh, they can
Apparently
hear.
We're all muted on the stream right now.
Oh.
Not all of you. Just those two.
Okay.
Just these two.
Yeah, okay, then let's get into it.
I don't
guess.
think so.
There we go.
Wait.
Yeah.
Hey, you're good.
I'm gonna
Jesse,
double check
Jesse,
something.
Dodger, you're good. Go, 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 go,
Should
go.
we just go to
Oh,
gameplay?
what the fuck is happening?
Yeah. We'll figure it out.
Live TV is so
We got-
great.
no, we got
I
it.
love
We
you,
figured
live
it out.
television.
It's okay.
That's okay.
They
No,
fixed it. They got it
that's-
fixed, and
that's
now
so okay.
and now they're muted again.
It's okay.
They had
It's
it
all
fixed and they
fine.
unfixed it. There it is. Okay, they're
Welcome
back
to
a
the
bit.
show,
Back
guys.
in.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about Expendabots?
Hi, thank you. So my name is Diello. I'm one of the creators of Expendabots, and it's a 4-player co-op extraction horror game. And we are very excited to show you the first live gameplay today.
Oh,
Have some fun
the
and-
shit show pre-show was the point, yeah.
Fantastic.
I'm
So we're
really
going to be
excited.
watching Apollo Law play it, correct?
Yes.
And myself and
Fantastic.
2 of our
Along with the devs. How fun. Okay, well, let's check that out. Let's see that. I'm excited.
Cool. I'm really, really hyped. I picked the pink color here. You can pick different colors for your little Expendabots. And then, hi, hello.
Hi.
And
So,
then
hey guys.
I
we're
think
all
you
here,
guys
yeah?
are gonna guide me in the right direction.
Perfect.
Right? Nice.
We're all here,
Okay,
guys,
cool.
yeah?
Yes.
Awesome.
Thanks, Vincent,
Yeah,
for the gift
without
and sub
further ado, let's
technical
just,
difficulties
get on
club.
with it. If you would follow me here down these stairs, there's a
Yes.
really satisfying button that you can push.
Ooh, I'm excited to press it. I'm excited. Okay. Pressing. Ooh. Nice.
And now you
That
zip
is a
line
good
down.
button. And then it just zip line down here. Let's go!
Thank you, Wanners.
Ooh.
And hail the
Nice.
lurkers, indeed.
And this island is different each time, right? Yeah, it was so nice.
Yeah, the island is procedurally generated, so every run the terrain and the layout is a bit different. And
Yeah.
that also goes for the dungeons that we are about to explore.
I don't know, Scott. I don't know.
This one's the closest.
I mean, I was
Oh,
playing
yeah,
disc golf with
right
Gassy
here,
Mexican
on the
yesterday, and that
screen.
dude is
Okay, nice.
stunning.
I'm excited. I haven't even seen what it looks like inside.
No.
Before
Oh, yeah.
we go in, you might want to
But,
check out your crafting menu.
every-
We
Okay.
added some
I think every streamer has to have a
that
duff.
You might appreciate.
And if
It's
you don't
on
know what a
the
duff
right,
is, you probably look it
the
up.
very right-hand side.
Where's see a burrito? A worn-out plushie once belonged to Dex Bonus, Her Majesty the Queen of the Burritos. Oh, cute! Leukocyte? Did I pronounce that right? Tenant plush white blood cell fighting for the good fight, keeping Dusty Cox going. Oh, cute!
And the third one.
Now,
is
if
for
you don't know what a duff is,
There's no
It
way.
stands for designated
Expect
ugly
a
fat
crime,
friend.
A Paul's teenage crush. Honestly, we get it. You didn't have to.
Yeah.
My
We
first
can
crush was
easily craft
Donald
it
Duck.
now and use it as a distraction when we.
Okay.
hit some enemies.
When you get inside there.
Okay. Shall we go in?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh God, I'm a dove.
Okay. You want to take the lead?
Hey, once you realize it,
Yes, I would love
it's
to.
it's freeing. It's
Let me
freeing
go.
as hell.
I'm a little bit scared.
You should be.
Oh no.
Okay. So, just so you know.
If you don't
Yeah?
know who the duff in your group
big
is,
3D printer over here.
got bad
That's
news,
where
honey.
You can bring fallen
It's you.
players' hearts and reprint
Oh yeah,
their
nice.
bodies when someone, hopefully not, but if someone does die, then yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully no one dies. Oh. Cool.
Yeah. We can prepare the
Oh,
body
cute.
beforehand and just bring the heart.
And then we put the heart inside. Okay, nice. Can you reprint as many times as
I
you
like
want?
disc golf, Tim Babe.
As long as you have enough filament.
Oh, okay.
Don't love it yet, but I like it.
Lead the way.
Should I
I've
take the
only
lead?
been
Okay,
out
I'm a
like
little
10
bit scared, but
times.
I'll do it. And the enemies can also
I'm
hear
still
us, right?
very, very
Oh
much
my
in the
God.
amateur stage.
Okay.
Or the
What's this?
beginner stage, I suppose.
Steps and the like.
Okay. And we're looking for artifacts?
We're looking for some leftover loot, some scrap, some tech items, and
Okay.
we're basically trying to get to the control room of the dungeon, where the master data core is located, and we
Okay.
need to bring that out primarily.
Alright, and try to survive along the way.
Yeah. We also have flashlights if it's too dark, but careful about
Yeah.
using them when enemies are near.
Wait, how do I use it? Oh yeah, I see mouse. Oh god. Oh, T. Oh yeah, and a grapple hook as well.
You can also get some it's for overworld travel mostly. But I think this one is a dead end.
Okay, we need to go a different way.
We should
Okay, I will
also-
loot.
No, you walk on a disc golf course. Yeah, you don't.
trope where we
I have
Yeah, we
never
split
known
up.
or
Yeah,
seen
we should
anybody
keep
using
together. That's
a
a good-
golf
that's a
cart to
good
play disc
strat.
golf.
That is a very good strat.
Your discs don't go nearly as far as golf balls.
Okay, nice. Oh, okay, cool. Alright.
Okay, maybe you can say why the game is called Expandable.
Yeah, let's check
Oh
out
yeah.
other
Why is it called
corridors.
Expendabots?
Because we're very much expendable.
Aww.
I know.
Maybe this way.
Ooh.
So yeah,
What's
let's
this?
look over here.
Oh.
Oh, I found something! Am I safe? Am I safe? Am I safe? Am I safe? I don't want to die.
Oh,
I already had one embarrassing incident today.
She shit herself.
Can
I
we
bet.
kill them? Or do we just run for our lives?
Oh yeah. Okay.
No, he's dead end.
Okay.
Oh, look.
No way! Wait, that's great. I'll take it. I'll revive. Ah!
Oh, or you won't.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, let's
Oh, maybe you can revive me.
Yeah.
Take the second one, please.
We're on it.
Okay. I was hoping I wouldn't die.
And here goes the first one.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you so much. But he's here. He's still here.
Again here. Come here, Apollo.
Wait, where?
Sorry, I'm pinned down over here.
Okay, here is the hurt.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I'll take it. Oh god.
Do you have it? Okay.
Yeah, I have it. Oh, wait, I'll dodge the shot. Wait. Oh my god. Okay. Wait. Do I just put it? Oh, here, I see. E. Okay.
Run.
Okay.
Run for your life.
That was so deadly. Almost took out the entire team.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting.
I was getting really nervous. I'm not good under pressure. That was terrifying.
Oh, Humdrum,
Okay.
I'm not sponsored for this, so
Yeah.
you're gonna sit through my ads, and you're gonna hate it.
I was
I don't
really
care.
scary.
I don't give a shit. You
Alright, we'll see if
non-sub
we find something
trash.
weird. Oh.
Oh, here's something.
No, I'm just watching this because I like indie games.
Something on the ground over here.
Oh, can somebody craft me?
Yeah, and if you need some
Wait,
more
where?
filament craft stuff, you can just grab the loot.
Yeah, for health, I have very low health.
And there's some items for distracting enemies.
I'm watching this for
wait.
free.
Oh,
Well,
take
not
it.
this part. I wish I was paid to watch this
Okay.
part.
What do I do with it?
But the indie trailers,
Oh.
I'll watch
I
for.
need it
just regularly.
Tap me again.
All right, guys, we're
Yeah,
yanking
yeah.
you out of the
Fuck
game. I'm
you
so
too,
sorry.
Humdrum.
We're yanking you out. But that was very fun to watch.
That was scary. Oh God.
Watching
I was
you
hoping
just
it wouldn't
jump over
die.
That weird like robot centipede over and over again.
Do I look like
That
I'm
was
sitting
terrifying.
on her lap? Like over here.
Oh my God.
I take this as a complete
That's
success.
so
We're
fun.
still
You're
alive.
gonna be continuing to play the game after this, correct?
Later on, yeah.
Yeah, later on we will play it. I'm really
Everyone-
excited to play more.
Yeah.
Everyone,
awesome. That
thank you
was
for
super fun to
watching
watch.
and check out the
It looks
playtest.
exactly like a game that I would convince you to play with me, Dodger, and then make you regret your choice to play with me.
Yeah, and then just leave me to die
die.
and not pick up my heart.
Yeah, there was another one earlier. I heard about that.
It was really fun.
But this one is way
Yes,
more of
that
a
was-
shit
that was
show.
a
So
Yeah.
treat.
Thank you
definitely
for
my
having us.
speed.
Expendabots will join our other 40 games today over on the Convergent Steam page, where you can find all sorts of games featured in the pre-show and Convergence alumni and some of the really great deals on a lot of classic games. Thank you, of course, to Paul Lal and the awesome team, at Collision Games for making. We're just.
That's okay.
It's all right. Yeah, it's fine. Like we said before, like
Who
Dr.
are they
mentioned, if you
talking
want
to? We can't hear
the
them.
minute this is over, you can go watch a Paul Law play and experience more of the game and ask the question I think we all have, which is, what's the deal with that crush on Donald Duck? And can you explain it?
You can go
That,
ask
I feel like is the
right
that's
after the
what
show.
I want to get out of. Yeah. I have questions.
And hey, if you're joining us via your favorite streamer's channel and you don't really know what's going on or what this is Convergence. It's an indie games showcase. And we're just trying to get the word out there about as many of these games as possible. Hopefully you guys see some stuff that you like. Go wish list it. All of that stuff helps them out so much. So stick around because we got plenty more to show you. And did you know you can enter a competition to win Razer hardware bundles? Ooh, scan that, click that.
Scan?
Put that
Oh,
secret
scan.
code
Oh, scan.
in.
Sorry,
Also,
scan.
game
Scan it.
keys.
Sorry.
Ooh, wow. Lots of game keys for lots of games that you're seeing right now.
Pick
during
a side
the
for those
show.
QR
Scan
codes.
the
Good
QR
Lord.
code, click
Stop
the
making
links
me
in
move
chat.
around.
You gotta.
Now, just
You gotta
before
do
we started today, our friends over at Off Brand Games broadcast the second Secret Sauce Showcase. The show streamed with Twitch royalty. It says right here, Twitch royalty.
It says that in the copy. Yeah.
It says right here. So it must be true. Who, unless he has had enough of our nonsense, is still watching right now. Hi, hello, chat. Anyway, we just want to give a shout out to them for, featuring some amazing indie games today.
She seemed nice. Gonna go get kicked out of another chat. All right, Scott. Have
Gameplay,
fun.
the works, including Off-Brand's Aethermancer, Demon Bluff, and Rivals of Aether 2, but also featuring these two games.
Ooh.
I think this game doesn't know what it wants to be. So it's like, let's just be everything. John Gleep. Oh, Gleep.gg. ultra pool. It's a pool roguelike? Oh my god! Or yeah, billiards deck builder. Oh, and it's on mobile. Hey, look at that. It's Poolatro.
Following up from that, some cool info. What? Oh, you have a goof to make?
No, I mean, look, no, I just want to say, I just want to jump in here and say,
okay,
I need John Gleep to get on, like, to be as popular as Master Chief or Kratos, so we can see John Gleep in other games.
I love him.
Is what I need.
John Gleep.
Yeah,
he
love John
could
Gleep.
star in any genre of game, in my opinion.
Really? That's true. Yeah.
But the important information is if you happen to be in the San Francisco Bay Area, from tomorrow through to July 19th, you can visit
this is the one we
Sauce
missed.
Festival. You can play demos, meet developers.
The Secret
check out
Sauce Showcase
hundreds of
is the
cool
one that played
technology
earlier
exhibits,
today.
And if that's not practical, the Secret Sauce Showcase Steam event will run until July 23rd, which features every game that's shown during the live stream. So big thank you to Off-Brand and Ludwig for partnering with us, and best of luck with Open Sauce.
So we're at the halfway stage of the show. So, you know, we're going to get straight into another collection of trailers. We've got
Halfway?
more games to show you, starting with Glass
So it's only an hour
House
long.
by Flat 28. It's inspired by CRPGs like Disco Elysium or Pathologic, and it's a politically charged murder mystery set in a feudal punk world at the dawn of a terrible world war. So, should be lighthearted and fun. It looks like
should be a good round.
So we've got, yeah. Does John Gleep show up? We'll find out. We have an exclusive new gameplay trailer for you. It's got some of the combat systems, so let's get that trailer montage going.
God, Dodger, mute your mic if you're gonna cough.
Punk CRPG with turn-based combat set inside a condominium under lockdown as the city stands on the brink of world conflict. 3 bodies, 1 locked building, no way out. Glass House is built around complex dialogue trees, ideological choices, and absolute freedom of approach. Your decisions won't just shape your story, they shape combat too. When a fight begins, you have 3 options: attack, talk, or use. Attack with anything you can find: fists, tools, weapons. Each strike affects health and threat level. Lower it enough and enemies may surrender. Also, critical hits can trigger quick-time events to dodge or get an advantage. But violence is only one path forward. With talk, you confront your enemy through ideology. Your success depends on your beliefs, your role, and the person standing before you. Given that your enemies have their own political convictions, always remember to study them before entering combat. As a last resort, use items to turn the tide. Bandages, alcohol, even a photograph or threatening letter. Used at the right moment, these items can break your opponent's threat level. Search the drawers, read the notes, listen carefully. Because in Glass House, combat isn't just about who hits harder, it's about what you know and believe.
I like the
in.
way he says Glass
Watch
House like Glass
on Steam
Ice.
And step inside Dormitory 73B when the lockdown begins.
Oh, DayZ? Is that still a thing that people know? Ass house. Did you screenshot it at least? There. I'll just be over here. I'll just be half. There. I'll just be half in the screen and half out. How's that? Better? You say better, I'm banning you.
We're here on the request of the captain. She's asked us to investigate the murder of Magnus Mortunga. We have to talk to all the suspects.
Speaking of, can I ask your name?
Zacharias Zephyr.
Godric Grip. J.D. Werman.
Symmetry Silkmoth.
Ariana Moo.
Madam Tadpole.
Dirk Dansom.
Cynthia Seafoam.
So how come you wanted to hire Grimoire?
There's a murderer in our ranks, and they must be rooted out.
And that's when I find him. Dead. Killed, looks like.
Yeah, that sounds like a murder.
Doubts were beginning to be sown and fingers were beginning to point.
This place is wild. It's like something out of a weird old book.
Sure, that's why I got myself trapped in the murder submarine.
But you're just on the submarine because you find it interesting.
Would that be such a crime? No. Murder's a crime, though, pretty sure.
Huh. Dusty Monk. I added this to my miss list. That was good. I like that. That is going right on my miss list. Sated might be fun. The Subminer! I am beneath you, but nothing is beneath me!
I imagine they think we're all dead.
Yep.
We found something. Something
In the depths of a frozen moon. Our chance for survival. Huh? Okay. I'm intrigued. Looks a little like Lego, but
I know why you're here.
with darker lighting or more dynamic lighting.
I know what you are. You're the answer.
Oh, swim, dive, repeat? Is it a roguelike? Underwater survival horror? Maybe not. Maybe not.
That was a brand new cinematic trailer for The Subminer from Tech Turtles and Yogscast Games. It looks like the sort of game that Jesse would rather crawl in a hole and die than play.
Here I am.
I'll probably
Here
love it.
I am trying to imagine Sisyphus happy. Like, what would that be like if Sisyphus was happy? And then it's like, no. Underwater game. Enjoy.
Underwater, spooky, scary game. In the game, you're a prototype biodroid. You pilot your sub into the dark depths of an ice planet. You're trying to find the solution to humanity's survival. Humanity, of course. But, you're not alone down there. The horrors are down there with you. So you got to figure out how to fight back and survive. Hey, if that looks like your type of game, if you didn't have the same reaction as Jesse,
I'll still give it a look. It looks fun. All right,
you should visit the Convergence Steam page, wishlisted,
enjoy.
and sign up to participate in their upcoming playtest.
Okay, things are about to get pretty intense with our next live gameplay showcase. Nail Crown from Destructive Creations Bohemian Interactive is a love letter to the Quake era of shooters, and it dials things up to 12 with crunchy melee combat and a dynamic gore system. Thankfully, Lobos Jr. is here to help us get through this and blast some dudes.
Hello!
Lobos! What are you doing here?
Hey, what's up, guys? Good to be here.
Yeah, good
nice
to have
to have
you.
Yeah.
You want to talk us through a little bit about Nail Crown?
Yeah, Nail Crown is what you said, dark fantasy, gory,
I love his
brutal,
I love his look.
very
I haven't
Quake.
seen him in a while. He's getting
Quake.
scruffy.
Yes, and I see a lot of similarities. I got to play it a little bit beforehand. And yeah, it's tough, but it's really cool because you can choose melee or guns and kind of build your own character through there because there's some skills you can select and that sort of thing. Like hidden secrets, ways to smash enemies and stuff. It's a lot of fun.
Nice. My kid asked if she could watch this show, and this game is the reason that I've said, no, I don't think so. Maybe not this time.
Yeah, it's pretty heavy on the on everything really.
Sometimes that makes it more fun. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I'm ready for that. I'm excited.
It really is. Yeah, let me fire it up here.
Yeah,
we're
gonna be sitting behind you like weird little gremlins watching you play.
Okay.
Very excited.
Yeah, we'll be just like Chad.
Yeah.
We'll
Don't
be
judge me too hard. This is I'm on a remote connection, so I'm not going to be sniping heads all over the place. So, oh gosh, we're already fighting. So I found if you can aim the heavy attack at their heads, it takes them off pretty handedly. But if you don't want to be as accurate with your sword swings, you can also just kind of hold down the left click and shred them to bits. It's kind of like, it's a really cool level design because you start here and as you progress, you keep unlocking like new doors and it all kind of opens up on itself. Let's see, I think there's some dudes up here. For now, we just start with the sword, which is super metal, and that's my choice, honestly. I love just.
We already did, Vincent. We were on the Convergence Showcase. Me, Co, and JP were all on. Like, I don't know, 4 convergences
in old
ago.
fashion, there's all sorts of like little traps and stuff that you're going to trigger. Now we can hit buttons.
It was fun. We played a backrooms game and we played.
And we can use that later.
I think Co commentated another game.
One thing I really liked was the fact that
it did not go well.
The junk on the elevator has physics, so like as it falls down, it just and all these like if there's corpse parts and stuff, they just fall with it, and that's really cool.
Thank you, Shrubs, with the 41.
We got secrets. Oh, I guess
Oh,
I already got
Vincent
the
giving
secret
us up
earlier
and dodging cocks.
when we were testing. But you can
missed
pick
that.
up these secret treasures and then use them later to unlock like some abilities or some passives, things like health regen, or I think there's like melee restores life, that sort of thing. A lot of different options for building in this game. So let me smash through these dudes. Oops. Ow! Oh gosh, someone's still alive. And as far as the... Oh gosh. There's some lore in here for why you keep coming back. This dude keeps putting you in new bodies, so no worries if you die. Oops. Oh wait, I got a different key. I think I need to head back. Let's wait. No, we need to keep heading back towards the front part, and then it opens up. But yeah, there's we're gonna get a nail gun up here soon, and then it's gonna really feel like Quake. No, I think I do need to bridge this. Hold up. It's the sort of level that, like I said, the more you play it, it opens up, and it can get a little convoluted in a good way.
Somebody press
You're like,
tab!
wow, I didn't know that this little room was here. There's like secret buttons you can find that open new compartments. I died, which is okay, because this is the kind of game that you're gonna die a lot in, but that takes you into the beginning. These health potions, or these health fountains, also respawn, so you can just keep kind of getting your
Oh,
health
hey,
back.
Dodger!
Things are getting
How's it going?
a little scary.
Good to see ya. I don't know if you can
But
hear
very
me.
familiar if
I'll type in chat in case you can't hear me.
There's even spots where it's like, you know, activate one of two switches or whatever. This guy's got a shield now, which, there we go. You can get over that.
I love this show. If I know it's on, I'll watch it every time.
If we manage to get the nail gun here, you'll see if you like manage to headshot them, they'll start wandering around without their heads and like flailing at walls and stuff. But it's pretty gnarly. All right, here's the nail crown, and then we've opened up a little shortcut elevator to head back as well. Oh, whoops, that's my bad. I forgot the first part, which is you need to activate.
Scott, I like that you do that every time, but use the shout out in cases like this, because the shout out has the immediate follow button.
And we opened this door with a key, so now we kind of fast track.
No, okay, fine, fuck you.
The level.
I'll do it.
But this gun is like it's not a super automatic nail gun. It's just kind of a little pat pat. Oh,
there.
Oh, I didn't pick up nails. Oh, because I died. There's nail refills here too. Different spots in the level you can go. This one will just refill all your nails.
Because then you just go to the top of the chat box and hit the follow button. Hit the heart.
And so to progress, we have to shoot those switches. Let's see. There we go. Ka-bing. Wahoo! And then at this point, they just start throwing a bunch of enemies at you, and you gotta fend for yourself and pray that you don't get cornered or something.
Hey, and there's a gifted sub to Dex bonus. Hell yeah, dude.
But killing the enemies also doesn't necessarily drop anything for you. See, they're running around without heads now, so like they just run into walls and bonk around.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you when you're clearly running from the Scourge, and so much of it.
No, you saved me, really, honestly. Thank you.
Would you like to abandon and go join?
It's abandoned itself.
I
so-
do like how if you cut off their arms, they will still attack
That
you
game
with their
looks very
head like the
difficult
Black
and also
Knight.
very fun.
Yeah,
I can't. I can't tell what my favorite part was. Either A, the guy you cut off his arms and he still came at you. That dude
That shit
was
was funny.
awesome. Or the fact that you were like, all right, this guy has a shield now, and then you just stab him in the head.
Exploded his head.
Yeah. Yeah, it's some cool stuff to pull off skill-wise. You know, he's got a huge shield, but if you can aim it right at his head, like that's a little weak spot. Or if you just time it right. So.
Jesse was
A lot of
chuckling
cool
through
stuff
a lot
to
of that.
master there.
Yeah.
Yes, that was very fun to watch. Yeah.
Very fun to watch.
Thank you, guys.
Nail Crown and all of the other 40 games featured on today's showcase can be found on the Convergent Steam page, where you will also find great deals on some indie classics. And if you'd like to see more Nail Crown gameplay, if you're like us and you were just tickled pink watching that, Lobos will be streaming.
I'm not sponsored for this, so I can say, nah, I'm good.
Tune into that.
I'm good on that one.
Yes, and if you just joined us during that, this is the Convergence Showcase. It's the best place to discover your new favorite indie game and possibly win one as well. Yeah, that's right. We have got a chance to win some delightful Razer products, as you can see. But also, you can win one of hundreds of games we're giving away as well. Please
too late. I was too late. I apologize. I don't know where the fuck
click
to
the
go.
QR. That's not a thing you do, Dodger. I keep saying it.
I'll just go right here.
It's okay, buddy. They know what to
There
do.
are links to click. You know, click
now I'm not in
QR,
anybody's
like
way.
the kids do.
Just click QRs. That's what kids do. Yeah. But hey, if you like being the smartest person in the room, you got to check out a game that is so fun. A lovely game from Yogscast called Dupery. It is a film noir. Oh my gosh, we're both falling apart. It's a film
Dupery's I got sponsored to play it. It's actually pretty fun.
Game where you play as a detective. You hunt down members of a citywide criminal syndicate using your detective skills and solving cases while keeping your reputation intact. And now we've got Lewis in a fun little video that's going to introduce the game to you.
Hello there. Do you like murder? Mystery games? I'm Lewis from the Yogscast. Welcome to my crime-solving headquarters. Hold on. Sorry, I'm busy at the moment. Yes, I'm talking to someone about a new game that I found. Word on the street is, it's called Dupery. I love social deduction games. The thrill of the
sexual
chase,
deduction
the logical
games?
clues. And who is lying? And who is lying about lying? And who is lying about lying about lying? To solve a case is such a rush. The only trouble is, it's hard to assemble the whole crew to solve some of these cases. But I don't need anyone else. Now I found
give us Skiff.
Dupery.
Yeah.
Solo deduction.
What was Skiff's last name?
The only person I need to solve these crimes is numero uno. You'll take over from me as a detective in a noir city that's been infiltrated by a criminal syndicate. It's your job to visit the crime scenes, investigate the suspects, follow the clues, and weed out the evil by arresting.
No, my character from the
Work
Blade Runner
yourselves
show.
towards uncovering the leader of the mob. Now, this is important. In Dupery, everyone is a suspect, and you can trust no one. Well, maybe me, but it's up to you, and you alone, to take down these criminal masterminds. So what are you waiting for?
Yeah, show us the goddamn game.
Go and wishlist Dupery on Steam right now.
Dupery.
Because it's only going to be you who can solve
We make fun of Beth because she's from Britain. And when the water is collecting on the grass outside, it's funny because she says
each day
it's dewy outside. It's like it really is. Yeah, it's raining like locks and yarmulkes.
Mobsters, conmen.
Yeah, ladle diddle doodle ladle do.
They lie. They hide. They kill anyone who even comes close to
It's
them.
really it's sticky out. It's dewy.
There are two underlings. The bloodhound points north. One of them must be in that direction. The tailor claims the reporter and the wife are the same alignment. The therapist has one evil client, and the reporter is 2 steps away from the syndicate. I have all the information
as far
I
as
need.
deduction games go,
The
I
reporter and the
like
wife are the
this
ones
that it's
responsible
just
for this.
it's streamlined.
The syndicate's taken over.
It's just
and I
a
can't
logic
solve all these
deduction game.
cases.
I really like it.
The priests, hell, even the cops could be in on it. The therapist's the serial killer? The copycat duped me? Maybe they're in the docks. How about the casino? One more failed case and my reputation's ruined. I'm running out of time.
I literally went, and?
Damn it. There are too many suspects.
I sometimes
It
find
could be
myself
anyone.
talking to the screen. I'm like, they can't hear me, dude. Stop it.
Thank you so much for that video, Lewis. That was so fun to watch. And I think this game is really, really fun. I played the demo a while back. You can wishlist the game right now, just as Lewis said, via the Convergent Steam event page. And word on the street is they've got a brand new playtest that you can sign up for while you're there.
Yeah.
Word on the street is.
Word on the street is.
Word on the street is.
I'm getting into character.
I know. Oh, hey there. Word on the street is. You can. I don't know why that got me. This, of course, now we'll skip for that. Leads us straight into our
goddamn act like professionals, guys.
We've got
keep
8
it together
more games for you here, starting with a different kind of detective game. Code 9 from Writing Turtles is set in a dystopian retro futuristic world where you investigate atrocities committed by a fascistic new world order. Crime scene investigations are unguided, so it's up to you to find the evidence and make deductions and perform all the interrogations in your own words. Before downloading the demo that launches today as part of Convergence, please
skip
check
Kalispell.
out
That's right. I
this
forgot I
new
named it after a
gameplay
city in
improvements and
Montana.
exclusive trailer.
What you doing?
What am I doing here?
Oh, you said that earlier? I didn't see it, Pete. Sorry. You don't matter to me.
On a mission, you know? I need to investigate a crime scene. And to deduce what happened, I'm communicating with this entity in my head. She is supposed to help me. Although I'm not quite sure she likes me. Can't blame her though. We got kind of forced to work together by then. Anyway, once I'm done investigating, I'll confront them and find out the truth. I do have a way with words, you know? And now, I'm trapped in this weird, different dimension thing. And what's your, story?
Make your move. You stupid human.
Right.
Why you
Good talk.
make move. Play game, please.
Remote control, huh? You played the demo, Tolk? That looks interesting. I will wishlist that. It is already on my wish list. Never mind. Vincent, what are you doing, you crazy motherfucker? Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Vincent. Going out to Cyburns McGee, Coob, Bonassour, Old Man Avalon, My Cock is Small, Captain Collins, Blood Commie, Ralphin, Mokthugo, Ihazarus, Wait, Sarah Who, Lone Robo, Raven 986, Brain Boner, Detective Dave Kitty, Smiling Cynic, Ebony 71, Liz Anagi, Cantum 99, Silendrix, and Mr. Edisberg. Those are gifted from Vincent. Thank you, Vincent.
Welcome to the Rec Runners program. Please pay attention to the following instructional video. Directive 1. Locate Rex.
Oh, I can see things in the distance.
Can you see me running after you in the distance?
Okay, here's the thing.
What the hell's that?
Directive 2. Locate valuable assets.
Do you guys hear ominous music?
Oh yeah, big time.
How are we gonna fit it out the window?
Directive 3. Meet your quota.
Back in business.
Yeah, I got it. Throw it.
That did not sound like you got it. Oh my.
Directive 4. Call for extraction.
On it is. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh, I hear him. Enemy. Go. I see the barge. Coming in hot. Yes.
Oh, it's coming.
Yeah, there it is. Oh, we've got a floater behind us. Nice.
Not yet, not enough gun. They filed for an extension. 6 days. Or 5 days, excuse me, 5 days. It's the realtor assured me that it's 99% done. That there's almost no chance that this could fall through. Almost no chance. So it's not done yet. And yes, thank you, Khalith. Earning that VIP badge by putting the links in the chat. I appreciate you, brother. Oh my God, Fat Catnip with a tier 200 month sub. Oh shit. Fat Catnip, let's get you on the list. Oh shit, I don't have it on this one. Hold on. There we go. Let me know if you have a game in mind. I'm just gonna put you on the list for now, but if you have a game in mind, whisper it to me, and I will put it up there for you. Fat Cat Nip. There you are. Bingo bango. Oh, Don Cheetah, what are you doing? Messaging me while I'm live. How dare you? Okay. Will do when I know. Okay, Fat Catnip, you got it. Thank you so much for the years of support. I appreciate you. Thank you for spending 100 of your months with me. Can you please stream till you're fat and old? Well, I got good news for you, 314X. Done.
Welcome to 95, the start of a new revolution.
Oh, I played this. This was pretty fun.
The information superhighway. A world ruled by the transistor, where power is measured in hertz and
It is a
bytes.
fucking deck builder,
A
though.
place where us freaks and geeks can be free. No nations, no race, just ideas and knowledge. They call me a criminal, a hacker. While corporations spy on us and governments control us, they murder and kill and tell us it's for our own good. I'm not the criminal. I'm a freedom fighter with a motive. They can try to scare me, but they'll never stop me.
Axiom Systems takes very seriously any attempts to hack, infiltrate, or otherwise illicitly access our servers. Should you be found to do so, we will not hesitate to apply the full force of the law.
That was your latest look at Hack 95, a unique hacking deck builder that's set inside of a mid-90s computer operating system. This is what it says in the script, I'm so sorry. Work with an incontinent virtual pug as you attempt to hack the House of Cards network.
I live with an incontinent pug.
Of the tech company
great.
Axis
I had to squeeze
Megasystems
the poop
and the
and
Federal
pee out of her
Bureau
every
of
day.
Cybersecurity. Hack
Dodger,
95.
can I do something?
Yes.
Really
Yeah, of
quickly?
course. I'm so
I just
sorry.
need to do this. I think everyone
Roll
need
it back,
this.
roll it back.
Yeah, Jesse Cox and Dex bonus. Yeah, Dodger.
Hack the planet! Right?
I'm glad you threw that
for
in
the
there.
40
Yeah.
somethings out there, they love that joke. Yeah.
The
We
Developer
did.
Village
Thanks,
Studio
Jesse.
has kindly created a new demo exclusively for Convergence, which is amazing. You can play a new Minesweeper mini game, listen to new music from Paul Hartnell, one half of 90s electronic music legends Orbital, and you can download that today via the Convergence Steam page.
Faithful Drop Frames
Give it a
listener,
little
never
wish
seen him.
list while you're there if you
We've
enjoy
been on the
it.
show a couple times.
Yes, and now
Dex bonus as
more
well.
live gameplay. If you were like, man, Nail Crown's a bit too much for me, don't worry. We have the perfect remedy for you. Whisk is a two-player co-op platformer where you and your partner work together to rescue cute little dream cats. So, of course, we're joined by Bricky and Jabroni Mike to come and team up to play kitty catch.
Yes.
Welcome.
Hi, gang. We got our cute little dream cats.
10 years.
I'm glad.
He aged
I'm
me
glad.
10
You know,
years with that.
I just want everyone to remember the movie Hackers and how lovely it is.
Oh, goodness gracious.
I never saw it. Sorry, I didn't
And
get the
Jabroni
reference. I'm
Mike.
that guy.
Sorry. That's
okay.
Well, you have to change that now. Now you got to go watch.
I'm 40 and I didn't see it. I'm feeling like I messed up here. I'm feeling like
Yeah, nerd cred's gone. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
You're
Oops.
90s.
I didn't
or
have
late
any to begin
90s
with, it's
nerd
okay.
cred.
I didn't really
Jesse,
have much.
Dodger, good to see the two of you again.
I
Things
know.
done well.
Feels like it's been
Thanks for having us.
years. Yeah, thanks for coming on the show,
No
gang.
introduction needed for Mike at all. No need whatsoever.
I'm only
Everyone will
looking.
know him soon.
Squeezes his face.
Yeah, for better or worse.
Squishes him.
Squishes his sweet little face. Why don't you guys tell us a little bit about Whisk?
Mike, you want to do the honors?
Yeah, well, Whisk, we got this really slick,
Everyone
really
looks 30 years older than I remember.
Co-op
Yeah, we get old, us
platformer
content
where you and your
creators.
buddy got to help each other rescue a cute kitty
Man, just
cat.
watching highlights and reruns. is
One of you
just-
has a double jump, one of you has a double
I feel
dash.
like
You have
I'm
to find a way
withering
to
away.
synergize with each other, and it's a very satisfying, fun, cute little experience. Me and Bricky had a lot of fun with it, tried it out for a bit, and now we're gonna show you guys.
Yeah, it's got a lot of it's aping a lot of other really like fun speed-based games. You got a little bit of Jet Runner in there, a little bit of Neon White in there, but it has like the mechanics almost of Peak, the most recent indie
Okay,
hit.
yeah.
And so there's like double dashes on one, double jump on the other, like you said, but then like getting people up and over within a time limit and trying to beat that score. And I cannot stress this enough. It has split screen in the year 2026. Which is
it's been a while.
Absolutely phenomenal.
In current
I'd like
year,
to see
Show
more.
it to us,
We need to
guys.
see more of that.
Sweet.
Let's
All right, Mike.
Yeah, let's see it right now.
That beautiful bean
Let's do
footage.
it, Mike.
All right.
I will
Beautiful
be playing
bean
phone. You are
footage.
good to go.
Jesus.
Mike, you want to pick your character?
Yeah, let me just show my chat, and let's let it rip. You ready?
I'm ready, man. Let's set it. All right, so we are deep into it now. So you've got the double dash. I've got the double jump. Report all sightings of cat immediately.
Okay, there is a cat. You have already located the cat. You didn't need me to tell you.
Oh,
Oh!
yes. Oh.
Not off to a great start here. All right, you didn't see that. Nobody saw that. That didn't happen. That didn't
Okay.
happen. That
All right.
didn't happen.
Excellent.
You didn't see that. No
So
one saw that.
this is the cat. If you want to show folks, you can pet the cat.
The
as
cat
well.
is beautiful. Oh no, he's rolling. What do I do? Okay, there is a pet. How do you pet the cat?
Tap E a bunch.
While holding it.
Well, while holding. Yeah. There
You
go.
can pet the cat in Whisk, guys, and it loves you back.
So the way this one rolls is you have to do a little bit of like back and forth to be able to get up and over.
Whoa,
This cloudlet sends you
okay,
up.
It's a bouncy cloud. It's a bouncy cloud. It's a bouncy cloud.
Jump.
Okay. Well, the cat.
Mike.
I think
Mike, we lost the dream cat.
Again.
It was the first mission.
I think we'll try it again. This is actually mission 10. Actually.
Yeah, but they don't know
so
that.
That's I believe.
My kitty.
This is not available in the demo. This level.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
All right. That was the problem. Is that
I have a double jump.
I think
so
it's
the dash
probably
drops the cat.
That's what happened. I didn't know that. Okay.
Okay. All right. So here's the plan. I want you to throw. Oh, never mind. You're fine. You don't need me. Okay. I'm gonna go up and over.
Man, this game was great until they started playing it.
You ain't doing anything like that.
I respond. Give me a moment. Okay.
That's the
okay,
cat's
here.
gonna be. Okay, the cat might be dead.
What happened? I wasn't even there.
I was throwing the cat. I was thinking I could throw the cat up there, and we're gonna do it again. Don't worry about it. Just get back on the saddle. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. It's all right.
Mike, I'm handling the cat now.
I threw the cat because I thought he would be okay up there. I didn't know he was gonna roll like that.
Listen to me.
All right, I made a mistake. Okay, it happens. People make mistakes in life, just like I just did twice in a row. Really
It's fine.
short
It's fine.
succession.
It's fine. The cat's safe. Okay, so double jumping or dashing has you lose the cat. So I have a new plan. Here's the plan. Okay, I'm the double jump guy. So you stay down there.
All right.
Okay, throw the cat. Jump on the cloud and throw the cat at me. It's right click.
I actually don't need to. I don't think. I can just. There you go. Okay, cool.
I took it anyway.
Yep.
Now I'm the double jump guy. So you take the cat. I'm jumping up.
By the way, can I shout out the so far the OST
peanut gallery.
The OST in this game has been absolutely stellar. What I've heard so far, it's really chill. I'm really digging it. You coming back or what?
I saw. Okay, all right. Listen here. I slipped on the last one. Okay, it's fine. There's just a knowledge check. Okay, so I need you to do something for me. Can you drop the cat not off the cliff?
You can hear the cat purring. By the way, it's really cute.
Oh no!
Oh Mike! Why did you run in front of me? I grabbed you instead of the cat. Oh my god!
One more time.
Right,
One more time.
Let me try that again.
One more time.
Okay.
We got this.
Yeah. We have to get. Oh no! We have to make like some degree of progress, please. Can we do that?
It's fine. I got the cat over. I died, but we got the cat over.
The cat is here. All right, we're gonna let's meet on that same platform where we keep blowing it. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put the cat down, and then I'm gonna boost you up there. Ready?
Yes, that was the plan. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, you hold right click.
Now jump into my hands.
Excellent.
Now I'm gonna throw the cat at you. All right, ready?
Okay,
Catch it?
I got it. I'm good.
Oh God!
It's right click. It's not like.
Why did you catch it?
Mike, too high. It's too high.
Bro, that was a perfect throw. You blew it. That was perfect.
You lie like a rug.
Throw. That was such a good throw. All right, we're gonna try that one more time. All right, you know what though? It's a trial and error game. This is it. Like you perfect it. You do it faster, and then eventually you time trial it. You know.
All right. Just throw the
okay,
cat.
so that did not work the way that I thought it was going to. I kind of thought you could throw the cat in midair. Well, I think I misclicked at the wrong. Okay, we're gonna.
All right, take it slow. Take it slow. We got this. Take it slow. We don't want to take too much time. We got this. Throw the cat. Jesse Dodger.
Don't talk. No, don't go to them. Don't run to. You don't want to hear to mom and dad like that.
Mom, dad. I need help. I need an adult.
Don't tattle. Oh.
Okay. That's okay. It might be harder than it looks.
Listen, man, it's a challenging game. And by the way, we're in one of the later stages, so this is.
They specifically said, "Don't worry, Mike and Bricky. If you beat the level, we'll be there for you." All right, are you ready? Can you catch this cat?
Absolutely. Oh, that was so high. Oh! Okay, we're gonna do that again. I think. You know, we played like the tutorial stages, so we weren't ready.
We did play a few stages, yes.
This level of intensity. All right, I'm throwing it at you for real. Ready?
I'm ready. Please be careful with the
2, 3. Yeah,
excellent.
Let's go.
Fantastic. Okay.
That's gaming.
We can probably make this.
Why did that happen?
Okay, we're good. We're good. We got this part. I got this part. Mike, where are you?
I died. I'm gonna come meet up with you. Just give me a second. I died again. I'm gonna come. Just give me another. Just give me a second. It's a hard game. It's a challenging game. It's a a
That's the
fairly
point. Yeah,
difficult. I mean, this is but you want everything to be easy.
Okay.
Right,
Okay.
so we're
Boost
gonna do
me
same
up.
thing again.
Boost me up.
Boosters.
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 Excellent.
Okay, now
excellent.
I'm gonna-
Okay. Aim directly at me. Excellent. Excellent.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay, here I come.
So I probably need to grab you. So go ahead.
Oh. Okay, so I pressed the wrong button. Is what happened.
Okay. Okay. It's fine.
You gotta press the left click. The left click is the one where you grab each other. Okay, this is now. Okay, I think it's the pressure because we're on the showcase and everybody's watching. I think it's pressure. This is definitely that. Absolutely what that is because I'm normally really good at video games.
Yeah.
So it's got to be that added pressure of, here I come. Okay.
Okay. Okay. It's our last life.
Oh!
It's our last life.
Oh. Ooh.
Understood. Understood. Okay. All right. Last life.
What'd they say? What happened?
Opens the door. Hello, kids.
Oh, we're having fun.
Hello.
Everything's
Hi.
good.
Are you guys playing nicely?
We're behaving.
We no.
Did you drop that cat? We were doing so well.
Are you winning?
We heard your giggling in the background the whole time.
I can't. I need to stress to you, all it was laughter. There was a note we were given that was like, give them more time, which was really funny.
Can we have more? Because we really just started feeling like we were getting it right at the
Mike,
end there.
it's okay. No, it's like we're going over. It's okay.
No, I get it,
I feel like I
Exapanic.
could
No,
watch
I know.
the two of you play that level.
Like I'm
for,
trying when I'm
3
trying to figure
hours.
out
That was
something and
so
it's right in front of my face and it's so simple.
I think you think that, but I think like 45 minutes in, you might be start getting annoyed and be like, okay, I need to see progress. Like, come on, guys.
No,
Maybe like
the classic let's play feeling.
Eventually, you're gonna be like, okay, stop pretending. Win.
I don't know.
Come on, guys, save the cat.
Yeah,
I think we had it. I think in another like I said, maybe another 40 minutes and we had
you
it.
go.
Like absolutely.
We played the tutorial.
If you guys want to watch the rest of that show, it's right there. But I have to go. I am overtime actually. I am getting out of here. I am leaving. I'm going on vacation, and I have shit I need to do before I go. So I'm out of here. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys had a good time today. I will be back a week from today, but as usual, while I'm gone, Scott will be running reruns. So if you want to come and hang out with familiar faces, come on down. Scott will be here playing some old shit all week long. I will be in Washington doing, I don't know, family stuff. I'm not sure. I'll probably take pictures, put them on the lines. Put them on the lines? Am I 90? Jesus. Putting them online on Twitter and stuff and Blue Sky and shit. So, wowzers. All right. But I'm out of here. I'll see you in a week. And until next time, y'all. Thank you, Vincent.
For all of my Berserkers. And for all of Zeconia. This is me, Zeke, saying... See ya!